Hello, everybody. Today we're playing Satisfactory. And let's see. Yeah, damn, Dem. Whoever took first, your mom's a hoe? You would say that about Annie? That's cruel. That's fucked up. How could you say that? Okay, good. The game's where it's supposed to be. It's okay, Annie. I still love you. Yes, she's now a farming implement. I'm sorry to say. That's just the way of the world. I'm doing okay, Annie. How are you? And how are you, Dem? How's the day been? Hope it's been a damn good day. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I need to change these to make wire. I do have some things to yap about. Chosen topics, you could say. But that's for later. I need rotors. Where do I keep those? Oop. There we go. Rotors. Am I going to play any repo? I haven't actually been invited to play it yet. People have like mentioned it, but no one's been like, I'm going to play the game. Will you join? That's not happened to me yet. So if you're offering, you know, I'd happily play it. Looks like a lot of fun.
Milestone reached. The Miner Mark II allows extraction of resources from nature to fix it at twice the speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other
Okay, so I'm gonna
upgradable
need steel for
infrastructure.
that.
Unfortunately, setting up the
Where's my
production of
steel?
advanced steel
I know I
parts in
built it,
project part
but
number
where'd it
3,
go?
automated wiring will not be as easy.
Like,
Every
where did
moment
I
you
build
delay
it?
reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
Just need to know your schedule and whether I need to try and get more people, or if you've got some you'll be bringing. I think Dem plays, but my schedule is during the week, Monday through Friday, 7 p.m. and after, I'm definitely good to go. I can start as early as 6, but that's a little more difficult. And then on the weekends, it's kind of whenever. It's not as strict. Just the only thing I ask on the weekends is after like noon, because I'm usually not up till 10 Eastern. What am I thinking about? Thinking about something. Right. I need steel. I know I have steel production. I just don't remember where I put it. Okay, so there's some steel in there. Did I never bring it over? Is that what happened? I don't think I ever brought it over. It's probably down here somewhere. So did I build a way to bring it over? Probably not. Also, I have new music. Let me know if it's too loud or anything. Or if you can't hear it, also. It shouldn't be loud, it should just be like background music, but it should be audible. Okay, so it should be coming from like over here, and I don't see it. So I'm gonna guess I never did that. That's okay. That'll be the first thing I upgrade with the new miner and everything. Miner. Mark II. Should I get double the intake? Oh, I can't build it yet. I need the encased industrial beams. Which means I need concrete, which means I need to be over here. Okay. Do one of these. Figure if it's off in that direction. I could swear I started moving it. I don't know if I moved it all the way, but I think it's somewhere out here. Which isn't here yet. Oh, I remember now. I had placed it right next to my coal generator. That's where it is right now. Which means I need to go over here. Or not coal generator. They are coal. They burn coal. They're generators that burn coal. I'm a little bit tired today. Does not have any fuel. Suppose not. I wonder if I can kill these things by just ramming them. The answer's no. They do in fact win the fight. Oh, I see an orb over there. I think it's dead.
Your waves lap at our shores. When will you land?
It's not. I hit it kind of hard. You'd think it would be dead after that. Anyway, Mercer Sphere. Yippee. That was loud. Wanted to. There we go. Arrived at Tracta. Like how Dem never answered how his day was. He just came in, called Annie's mom a hoe, and left. That's crazy. I'm not surprised, but that's crazy. These are like full. Well, that one's full. Okay. I don't think I need to upgrade those yet. So how am I gonna get this back to base? I think I'm just gonna go that way and cut right and go that way, around. That way I don't interrupt all this stuff. Which version am I gonna build with? Guess we can make this the first one to do the Mark IIIs. Gotta go around this. I think it's 2 to get up to that. Yeah. No? I know there's a way. There we go. Oh, nice. Worked out to a straight line. It is not cooperating. Okay then. Be that way. it goes the wrong way. Okay. Anyway. I'm gonna climb that hill. I think we should just go right up here. Perfect. We can also drop the middle pole that makes you able to walk on it. Little trick there. Yeah, we'll just go up over here. That should be fine. Yeah, how's the week going so far? I know it's only Tuesday, but a lot can happen in 2 days. Oh, okay. Means I can select another milestone. That's all that meant. It only just occurred to me that I don't know how to get up there from where I am right now. Okay, I gotta go around. Oh, and I have to... Oh. I gotta separate these. Oopsies. That's okay. Not too bad, not too bad. And that has to go up there somewhere. We're gonna run around. The alternative would be building jump pads, but I don't really want to do that if I can avoid it. Oh, you know, this is right here. Oh, I was gonna say I could make concrete here and just make the encased bars in this location. Which I still might do. We'll see about that. But I can always, splice this off and go do that. So, okay. That was almost bad. But I'm alive. I made it. It's not a bad idea, actually. Because then I can keep the concrete there for my own, like, building stuff. The only downside is that I already don't have enough of the steel beams? Beams. But once I have the encased steel beams, that becomes less of a problem. Because then I can upgrade the miners that I have here, and then I can make more of them. So maybe we do that. Maybe we do that. Where did I see it? Over there. Okay, let's do the scan. See what we're working with. Cure. All right, yeah, I'd say that's worth it. What's this? Iron? Ooh, it is iron. Good iron, too. Man, those Fortnite skills are paying out right now. All right, missing the portable miner. Thought I heard something. You're doing what to this factory? I'm satisfying it. It's hungry. Hi, Chisai. How are you? How you been? Okay, miner. We have a miner. Stroke those smokestacks. Oh my goodness. That's so crazy. Why would you think that that's what I meant? That, wow. You have such a dirty mind, Chisai. It's got a price cut, watch out. Yeah, the price is the environment. Hi, Say, how are you? I'm doing good, Chisai. I have a rant to go on later that I'm sure you guys will enjoy. Yeah, thank you. I did hit 300, just like real life. Yeah. I mean, hey, at least we're not using the coal to produce tchotchke crap. We're like building stuff. You know, like productive things that do stuff and make things happen. Not shitty little signs that you hang in your home that just say something silly like live, laugh, love. So we have concrete. Cement, that's concrete, baby. What else? We're gonna put that through a constructor. Clean coal. Well, clean coal is, I think, just a different kind of coal, and it burns a little bit nicer, like a little bit cleaner. But like, that's it. That's what it does. I missed the fish. I'm sorry. It's my own failing. I never was good at fishing. I just fish. Just because I can cast a line doesn't mean I'm gonna catch anything, you know? That's how dating works, by the way, for anyone who needed to hear that. And since it burns nicer, you can burn twice as much. Wait. Hold on now a second. I mean, that's basically how it's treated, yeah. That's how most things are. Okay, so we got concrete. 3 times. Maybe. That's an option. Cast your line in my chat and I never bite. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to. Can I put a splitter directly on it? No. Good boy, Chisai. Good boy. Okay, so we put a splitter. Oh boy, Mr. Coal Executive, how comes the government lets you burn 4 times as much? What's that? You're the government too. Well, that seems totally fine. I don't know why I went southern there, but that's just where it sent me, you know? Has Cleveland using the redeem? Surprisingly, not really. You know why. I know why. Those poor folks in West Virginia. I just made someone depressed. I don't know if they were in this room, but I just made someone depressed. Yeah. Like all they got though is kind of like the problem. You know? Okay, so I have plenty of concrete being made. 45 a minute roughly. Not quite. Maybe like 30 to round it down. I was gonna make a joke and then I realized that it's literally a joke that only makes sense in my hometown, and that just doesn't work. So never mind. It's not like no one told them. This is also true. I don't know what else they could like have to bring to the table. I think that might be like a concern. But it has been ongoing for a long time. So I wouldn't classify it as a surprise. It definitely falls under the "and what did you expect" category. This quartz has got to go right after I make room for it. Yeah, I think the problem is, I mean, like, you're not going to convince anyone, especially now. Like, what can you do now, right? Would be like, well, how are you going to convince someone to move to West Virginia other than cheap housing? Like, that's all you got. I can't imagine they have much else. Especially for like the tech industry or something like that. That would involve a lot of infrastructure. And a lot of not flat land. The mountains make things difficult. We got one constructor. Let's see what the intake rates are. I'm already maxing out my concrete. Cool. All right, steel beams. I don't need a lot of these yet, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. God damn it, that's not what I wanted. I set this slower just so it is less likely to take more from that than it needs. God, I love just ad hocing everything together. It just works. Oh, yeah, no, we can't have that. Can't have any of that filthy socialism. That would be too nice. Can't have good things here. So we have a merger. Ow. Sorry, I'm just gonna say ow sometimes while I'm streaming. I have like something wrong with my neck. I don't know exactly what right now. Last time there was like a nodule in my neck that needed to be surgically removed when I had a pain like this. So I'm assuming it grew back or something. And honestly, I don't really know what to do about that. Like if it just keeps coming back. What do I even do about that? But yeah, it's been hurting lately, so I think it's because I shrimp a little bit. I think that doesn't help, but also there's like definitely something just wrong with the neck. Monster hunt the... Is that what you're playing, Iron? How are you, Iron? How you been? Hope your week's going well so far. Soft a little chunk off your neck. That's literally what I did last time. I was awake. They gave me a local set, like a local anesthesia. They went in and chopped out 2 nodules. More. Oh. We can't stretch you, Tay. How are we supposed to help? I don't know. That's quite the problem, isn't it? Okay, for a starter, we'll just get one of these put down. That'll work for the moment. Just waiting on the concrete to show up. Awesome. 6 per minute. That is not much. That's just not much. Simply put. But I'm gonna need a fair amount. How much do I need for a miner Mark II? 10. Okay. So that's a couple minutes. For one of them to do it anyway. I don't think I have enough concrete production to run 2 at full speed. And honestly, I'm not sure I have the steel beam production. This is all just stored up. I don't want to use up all of them. I want some of them to be going either into that storage or when I get this over to base, that storage. Ooh. Okay. Got rid of the blanket. It was getting warm. Oh man, I just saw my bitrate tanked a few times there. I didn't even notice that. Did my stream restart or did it just die for a second? Let's go look. Okay, it just it just died for a second. Awesome. Thank you, Spectrum. There was totally a valid reason for that to happen. Anyway. I did have some things to complain about. This is a great time to do that. Let me just go stand next to my factory over here so that I don't forget what I was doing. Don't know if it's the weather or Twitch or what. It's probably just your ISP being evil. They like to just not do what they say they do. It's like a pretty consistent thing. Tons of people have the problem across different ISPs. Only like the really new ones like fiber and stuff are usually reliable. It's a big patchwork of wiring, essentially, for all these legacy systems. What can you expect when they've hodgepodged it together for the last 40 years? I mean, upgrades along the way, but still, it's kind of hodgepodged and shoved together. Local, yeah. Well, you only need like an exchange to have a 3-second outage to kill your stream. So there's also that. That's just the fun of the internet, but those don't happen all the time. Your local, whoever they are, can do it though. That'll happen. But I had a local one back in Pennsylvania. That happened pretty often too. We would just have random little outages. You know, be out for 15 minutes, come back. It's just what it was. They're not pressured to change it because there's nobody else in the area. You know, like they're not competing with Spectrum or whatever. Oh, thank you, Frisky. Got your paycheck. You have a job?
They forgot that I'm him.
I forgot about that sound effect. Ugh. But thank you, thank you. Welcome in, Frisky. How have you been? How's work been? I hope it's been good. Pop, 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 pop. Yes, while I wait for my encased steel. Exhausting? Yeah. Imagine being a VTuber and not being crippled. I'm pretty sure if I tried to pursue it, you could consider me like thoroughly disabled. I just don't think I would meet the definition for not being able to work, because I technically can work under the best conditions. Like, I can hold down a job on my feet 24/7. Yeah, that's a lot of jobs. When I did cashiering, that's what that was. Oh my god, Chisai. That's crazy. I thought we all moved on from that. You remembered. Frisky did not join or get to know the Farters Discord. I will defend his reputation here. He got a little too excited and just kind of joined without reading it. That is what happened. I believe it. Frisky's the type to just click button without reading it. If this was me you were talking about, you'd know that I'm lying if I say I didn't know, because I would know. If I joined that, you'd know that I either just said, yeah, I don't care, or yeah, sure. Obviously I wouldn't do that, but if I did, you'd know that it was intentional. Frisky's a little more impulsive. That's okay. That's why we love him. Part of why we love him. Usually join Discords and then poke around for ages. I don't have much in my Discord to poke around in. It's pretty concise. Oh yeah, so I've been seeing these again recently on the Jitter website. That's how you like investigate them. Yeah, I find if there's too many channels, I get tired of it pretty quick. I don't care to check all 50 of your channels. I'm gonna be real. Oh, nice, 2000 KB a second. Yippee! Thanks, Spectrum. Do you guys, am I okay? Do you guys still hear me and everything? Am I good? Am I alive? I just looked up to see the KV go down. Your Dream Discord has like 8 channels max. Yeah, I try to keep it pretty low. That's difficult to do, but okay, I'm alive. Great. Fantastic. You only do like 2.8k? Oh. If you go too low, it just stops. I think it's below like 1500 or something that it'll just die. I push 6k. I have to. Otherwise, I wouldn't be happy with the quality. And that's low, actually. YouTube, I think, takes like up to 12, maybe more.
Put this on right now. I know it sounds strange, but you have to do it.
Thanks, Frisky. Video just stutters once in a while. Oh, okay. So it's just, yeah. It's making up for it. I don't know why, but when I change outfit, it changes my position a little. And I'm just like slightly off. So I have to fix it now. I gotta figure out why that happens. Or automate, like... Oh my god, Iron. Why you little? Okay. Close enough. Yeah, it changes the model that's loaded, so something might be slightly off. I might have to like build it in that it adjusts my position. Oh yeah, for anyone who missed it, someone tried to troll me in the React stream. That was kind of funny in hindsight. You guys probably didn't see it. I hope no one clicked the link before I banned the guy. But long story short, yeah, there is a cooldown. There are cooldowns for almost everything of some variety. So you guys get to infight about that, and it's out of my hands. Them's just the rules. That's how it be. Yeah, someone was trying to troll, and it was very bad, the video they tried to get me to watch. And I'm just surprised that they thought I'd be stupid enough to just click a random link from a stranger. It means that once someone negates it, it's stuck negated. I mean, that's kind of true, only if it happens really fast. If you both do it at the same time, essentially, then yes. But let's say you put the maid outfit on for 30 minutes and then someone turns it off. Let's also assume then that you have the points and everything, and you're just like, no, put it back on. You can do that, and they can't take it back off until the regular outfit's off cooldown. So, you know, I don't think I can attach them to one another either. Like, I don't think I can do that. If I could make it be like, you now have to wait 10 minutes to use the other one, then you have to like wait, I would do that, but it doesn't really, it's not really a thing. Thank you, Frisky. What was I going to complain about? I had something on my mind. Oh yeah, ever since I started, and even before, because, you know, when you're starting something, you usually look for advice and stuff. Oh, the troll video? I can't actually say it out loud. I don't think I'm allowed to. I can describe it vaguely. Imagine, if you will... Is it like a famous one? Maybe, not that I'm aware of. Put a delay on the redeem being active. That's what I was thinking about, actually, on StreamerBot. I was like, you know, I could disable the other one and, like, put a really long delay on it. But anyway. The only problem with big delays like that is they clog up the queue that they're on. So I'd have to think about that. Yeah, the troll video... Troll, I say. It was shock, horror, disgust. let's just say if you took like what people say furries do, and then like you took a video of someone actually doing that, that's what that video was of. I think that describes it in a way that's vague enough. Yeah. Howdy, Bendy. What's going on? So yeah, that's what that video was. Yeah. Yeah. And it's the kind of thing that name an animal. Mr. Beast. What? There was a dog in the video. Mr. Beast mentality. Ah, yes. Just name an animal. Completely unrelated. I can't tell if that's sarcasm, but if we're just literally randomly naming an animal, dolphin. Also, I just realized saying dolphin totally relates to the video. That's fucked up. Not in a direct way, but in like a 10 steps removed kind of way. It was sarcasm. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, dog. Anyway. I'm doing all right, Bendy. Horrible. Yeah, horrible. Indeed. It would definitely get me banned. If it even accidentally appeared on my channel. But I'm just, you know, it's like I got what, 10 viewers? That's cruel, man. That's cruel. Like that's fucked up. Like that's low-hanging fruit. That person was very much so not confident in their ability to get someone if they had to aim that low. I won the jump catch game. I wasn't even playing. Gotta go. No worries, Bendy. Thanks for popping in. Hope you have a great night. I don't know what Master Hand is. Never heard of that. Yeah, we'll see you, Bendy. Hope you have fun with whatever you're doing. Honestly, that's what Goatsy is for anyway. Like, what's the illegal shit for? That's kind of what I'm at, right? It's like, okay, you could get me in trouble without breaking the law. But anyway. And it would probably be funnier, right? Like that, if that's what came up when I, you know, copied and pasted their link into a different browser and like checked it and it was like, haha, yeah, I know that one. That's gross. And I could like move on with my day. Like it wouldn't be a big deal. But the other one, it's like, man, it's related to the name of another one of those videos. Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably don't want to know then. Anyway. Yeah, I was just a little shocked that they bothered. Also, what an insult. They thought I was stupid. How rude. How presumptuous. There are people who would laugh if you tried to go see them in the year of our Lord 2025. I'd laugh at the absurdity of it, right? Of like, wow, you really tried. But at least that's like, oh yeah, I've seen that one. Okay. Like, classic, you know? Classic troll. I mean, disgusting, but I'm only gonna see, you know, the first microsecond of it and then get rid of it. So it's not really gonna be a problem for me. But you know. Yeah. Well, the first thing that guy tried, he was like, oh, listen to this song. I'm like, well, that's, you just don't do that because music gets you in trouble like almost all the time. It was probably the same video. I never went back to check. I don't really care enough to go do that. But, I don't know. Whole thing was just kind of mildly interesting that someone bothered. Yeah, up your game, loser. Exactly. Step it up. Come on. Get good. It was at least a little bit sophisticated, where the first like 3 seconds of the video was a still image, so that the thumbnail wouldn't be obvious. But like, I know that. I've been on the internet for over 20. Oh my god, I've been on the internet for over 20 years. I know things. I know not to trust thumbnails or the first portion of a video. You gotta scroll that. You gotta see what's in the whole of it. Not complicated. You just gotta do that. And when I called him out, and I was like, "Hey, what the fuck, man?" He didn't answer. Coward. What a fucking coward. Shaking my head. I'm old. I'm old. I'm ancient. Back in my day, we only had Half-Life and Quake. Doom was on a CD. Or a floppy disk. It was there when the internet was invented. I'm not that old. Not quite that old anyway. I do remember dial-up. We had dial-up for a while. Hearing the screaming was kind of funny. Like, at first, it was just like, what the fuck is that? Then you get really sick of it really quickly. I'm happy I don't have to hear it anymore. Used to watch Dragon Ball Z on Watch Cartoons. What the hell is Watch Cartoons? When I was like 8? I remember Cartoon Network. That's the only place we had cartoons and stuff. Toonami. God, I miss Toonami. That's purely nostalgia at this point. It probably, like, if they tried to bring it back, it would be like, yeah, whatever. But for the time, it was huge. I was big into Naruto, believe it or not. I never watched it as an adult. But I really liked Naruto as a kid. Oh, it's a website? I probably didn't have the download speed to watch anything like that. At least when it would have been relevant to me. I fell off of anime for like a long time. Like, I watched Naruto and that was it for like probably until I was like 19, 18 or 19. They did bring it back. It's a passion project. It's good for that. Oh, I didn't even know they did that. That wasn't even what I wanted to complain about. I got sidetracked. That was quick. I didn't even start the main topic. We spent 20 minutes on something else. And just in case anyone missed the React stream, my YouTube stream also got murdered. It got put down. YouTube decided I broke rules, so that's always cool. The Adult Swim employees don't get paid for running Toonami. Oh god. They should get paid for that. What the hell? I mean, I don't know the financials of Adult Swim. Maybe they just don't have the money for it, but like, they should get paid for that, damn it. But yeah, what was I gonna... Oh, I wrote it down. It's literally in front of me. I'm tired today. Just generally, I keep seeing it, and it infuriates me more when it's from someone like who has, you know, thousands of followers, thousands of views per stream, and they give you some generic ass advice, the most boring shit you've ever heard. It's a time slot they run because they want to, basically. At least that's what it used to be. I think I heard about that a while back, but I don't know if it's still going. But yeah, getting advice, and this goes for a lot of different spheres, but especially in ours as VTubers, as streamers. People love to give nothing advice. They'll tell you like, oh, make better content, do it more often, improve your quality, make connections, and build out your network. thank you. I too can attend a 101 single class course on how to be successful. Anyway, would you like to tell me something I don't know? Because I think everybody fucking knew that. Just go live. It's that easy. It's like, you know, I'm not convinced that you actually know how you succeeded. I think you just goofed around and had fun and it just worked, which is fine. That's cool. I'm happy for you. But don't try to tell me that you're like some guru. Give me a long spiel that all just sums up to do your best and hope you get lucky. Like, come on. Come on. Ugh, that's so frustrating. And it's not even like, even if you're starting out, that's useful. It's not. Like, it's just not, because it's so stupidly simple. And that's the thing. Luck happens, and that's fine. And this is another side tangent, but I'm going to go down it. Luck isn't even luck. People talk about luck as though it is this thing, this unknowable power, this force of just randomness. It's not. It's not random. It never is. There is some very small elements of randomness that get peppered in that make it feel like you can't really know it's coming. And that's true. You can't know what's going to happen. You can set yourself up for it to a certain degree. But some of the biggest considerations is, one, when are you live? Huge thing. Are you live when the people who might have some vague interest in you might raid into you? Or are you not? If you're not, too bad. There is a point, yes, but did you not already know that, or did you just need someone to tell you that? That's what I mean by, like, do you know, or do you not know, versus do you need someone to tell you? Like, there is a difference there. Like, if all you needed was someone to tell you that, then it's really basic advice. But then going on, like, and another thing, it's okay to just say that part. Just be like, yeah, just make sure you know, just getting started is great. Good. Awesome. Just do it. Just do it is a fantastic thing to tell someone. That's not bad advice. But when you spend 5 paragraphs telling someone to just do it, people unsolicitedly giving you really long spiels about how they succeeded and telling you nothing. That's what I'm talking about. I've seen a handful of them lately from people who are reasonably successful, and that's great. Good for them. But then, like, they'll be like, oh, this is what I think you need to do to succeed. And then in the comments, everyone who's like, yeah, but like luck is a huge part of that. They're like, no, it's really not. It's just a small part of it. And it's like, no, actually, I think you're wrong. I really do, because I know a lot of talented people. So many, in so many different areas of life. And very few of them are recognized for their talents, skills, the time they put in, everything they bring to the table. They could do so much, but they're not allowed to. They're not given the opportunity, because it is given most of the time. Like I said, there are small elements of luck. Things can just pan out. That does happen. But a fair amount of it is things you have very little to no control over. You know, if you have to work a 9 to 5 to pay your bills, and that means you can't be streaming when the other people, whatever your niche might be, would be streaming and would want to raid into you, too bad. Oh, you can't stay up late to get those raids in? That's too bad. Like, it just can't happen. That's just how it is. And these things, that's okay. That's all okay. Some people have privileges, some people don't. Some people have the fantastic privilege of not needing to work, and they can just focus on making content. Maybe they're supported by family, maybe they're just disgustingly rich. I don't know. but that is a privilege to have. And that's okay. Maybe the disgustingly rich part, we can argue about that one. But just in general, to have that fortune to put all your work into something that you love and enjoy, good. I'm happy for you. I wish we could all do that. But to not acknowledge it is a totally different ball game. To just be like, oh no, you're just not working hard enough. It's like, well, no, don't tell people that. That's mean. Frankly, that's mean. It's okay to point out when someone fails. My feelings on the disgustingly rich are well documented. Same. But, you know, if you're just, you know, say, you know, you stay at home because you take care of your sick grandparents or something, and you just have lots of time outside of when they need help. Awesome. Like, you, sure. But it's just, it's so frustrating when people don't understand that opportunity doesn't just like fall out of the sky. It doesn't just happen magically. You know, yes, you do have to have a bare minimum of quality, consistency, you know, regularity, all of those things. Absolutely. Those are all valid points. But you could, like, there's like 5 bullet points you could put down, and like, that's it. You don't have to explain anymore. If someone asks a question, then yeah, feel free. But like, you don't need to write a thesis on the fact that you need to make good stuff. There's a Tumblr thread about this I saw that was actually kind of interesting. It'd be interesting to hear about in greater detail. But it's just the whole like luck thing. And I'm frustrated by the people who are successful that are like, oh, luck has very little to do with it. When you know that that's just not true. But then also on the other side is the people who are insisting that it's just luck, because it's neither. It's not luck, it's opportunity that was granted, given. Someone gave that to them. It didn't fall into their lap. And as much as I am happy that they're successful and that they're happy, I just wish they knew that it was granted to them. Oh, where a lot of rich people think they're geniuses for getting rich, completely missing the fact that they got rich by having no morals. Oh yeah, absolutely. You can just con a bunch of people. You can totally do that. It might be more or less illegal, but you can probably find a legal way to do it. People just choose not to be horrible people to others. A lot of people are good people. I mean, we just had the situation. It's more or less settled now. She threw in the towel, so I'll just say it. Needy fucked up. That was the one I was talking about the other day. She was the one who tried to like flip models and stuff, and apparently did that a lot and just like wasn't transparent about it at all. You know, would like get in front of people who she knows wants a model, buy it, quote unquote, work on it, sometimes more or less, let's say, in terms of quality, and then resell it for like a huge markup to that person that wanted it. Sound like the new Captain America actor. I'll be honest, I ran into that video. That did set me down this path. But he's right. He just put it in words that was like, I fucking get it now. I can put that into words. It's so good. So yes, I stole a chunk of what he was saying. That's a great quote. He was totally on it. It's valid. It is frustrating. I just could never like explain it in words that made clear sense, other than just to be like, wow, this is really frustrating just in general, because like I've seen them since I started, and it's just like, yeah, okay, that was like useful the first time I saw a bullet pointed a bulleted list of them, and I was like, oh, okay, those are, yeah, okay, that makes sense, those are valid. That's a valid list. I can kind of infer the rest and, you know, put it in my own context from there. I'm not an idiot, and you're not treating me like an idiot. Thank you to whoever the hell that was when I started out. This owl is telling me about classes I don't need. Welcome back. Person who I saw reposted and called him a boomer with participation complex. I'm like, I don't think that's what he was saying. No, he wasn't. He was literally saying, you only get what's given to you in the vast majority of cases in this society we live in. And it is largely no longer based on merit. I don't know if it ever was, but if it ever was, it was probably, you know, when the labor market was most competitive, which is definitely not right now and hasn't been for a while. If anything, it's gotten worse. And ever since, it's kind of just been a, whose desk are you crawling under? In some figurative way, at least. Like, you have to make other people happy to get what you want out of life, more than just, you know, proximity is a much larger factor there. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like in like Hollywood and stuff and acting and all that. Absolutely. But even for the people who like break into it with, you know, very strong talents, that still has to be given to them. They can be rejected from that. They, you know, there's plenty of talented people out there. They just pick the ones they want. If you're just there, you'll get so much shit handed to you. Yeah. And that is in and of itself an opportunity handed to you. Someone put you there. Like just the fact you're... Oh, proximity to power. Yeah, that in general. But that's the whole like networking thing that people talk about. The thing is, how is someone like me or any of you guys, or even someone who has like a few hundred viewers, right? How are you supposed to network with someone bigger than you? Without that obviously being like a play. I mean, I guess you could try, but it's not going to work. Like 99.9% of the time, they have to pick you, not the other way around. The amount of powerful people who will just fucking hand a major position to a door guy who told him a funny joke. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Crazy things. You send them a dick pic. There you go. Yeah, that'll work out. Thanks, X. I'm sure that'll get me in the door. Wait, wrong answer. Not any today, Ben? Keep doing it by accident and I feel bad sometimes. Wait, dick pics? By accident? How? Ben is talking about his chickens. I just want to throw that out there. Reached out to Iron Mouse waiting for the collab response. Odds are 0. Realistically. Oh my god, Ben. Right now, Ben, since you just came in, I'm complaining about people basically writing a fucking like doctorate thesis that summarizes down to the 5 points of make good content, make lots of content. Those two don't mesh, by the way. I hate seeing them in the same list because it's like, pick one, please pick one. You know, like which one do you focus on more? They never explain that. They're just like, figure it out. And you know what? That's fine if you're just bulleting these points. But when you go on for an age, it takes a while. Oh, gotta squeeze you for the... Well, yeah, I mean, otherwise, how's it gonna... Anyway. People prefer shit every day to steak once a week. But look, hear me out, right? You can do both. Like, you can have something okay. They can mesh, you just have to exploit others. True. But assuming you're doing it all solo and don't have tons of money to blow on it, you kind of have to pick one or the other to a degree, right? Like, what's your minimum? I would say realistically, when you're starting out, the algorithm isn't going to blow you up anyway, so don't even fucking worry about it. Aim for like mid quality, you know, something that like you could watch and just go, heh, and move on. And like, you know, maybe you'll like it, maybe you won't. It's okay. Either way, it's fine. You don't hate it though. You don't hate it. It's all right. That's perfectly fine to aim for. If you get a banger, awesome. If you don't, oh well. Aim for the consistency. If you can get like 3 shorts out a week, I would say you're doing real good. If you can get 2, that's probably good enough. That's your backlog. Yeah, preferably your backlog is the less great ones. But realistically, you're probably not going to have that many. Or you just place the camera in your cleavage if you're a girl and read the phone book while hypnotically jiggling. That is a certain kind of content. And that's... We'll get to that in a minute. But those are the 2 things that just like, okay, we'll pick one, or at least decide to focus on one. Yeah, that is funny. Like that. Yeah, exactly. That's entertainment. What was the other one that they usually are on about? More content, gooder, consistency, right? So you got to make more gooder regularly. All right. Those are the big things. Then there's networking, which basically means good luck. Hope you can run into someone who has some degree of influence, who can help you out and likes you. Have you seen the heavy metal cat piss episode of South Park? I have not watched South Park. I'm just going to be so real with you. I haven't watched South Park. I've seen a few episodes, but that's it. I was never really big on it. Fauna did a stream called Saying Hi to Every One of My Subscribers, where she just started going down randomly generated names. What? like literally just completely random. Just nobody. Networking is way easier if you have interests outside of VTubing. That's true, but it's very difficult to do more than VTubing if you also have a job. It's, I'll tell you, hitting those other points, mediocre quality minimum and consistency and like a decent amount of content, all those 3 things, that's a job, at least part-time. I work a full-time job. Well, there goes my time. Like, hi, Andrew. Oh my God. What the hell are you? Sorry, what the hell is this? That is really long. It's a bunch of like generic comments. I guess Vari's been listening this time. That's crazy. Usually Vari isn't here. Hi Vari, how you doing? Damn, what was I saying? That got me like I read most of those. Why do they call it oven when you uff in cold food? Of out hot eat the food? That's a great question. The answer is IDK lol. So those 3 things basically turn VTubing, at least, or really most content creation, into roughly a part-time job, which is fine. But then you miss out on everything else because now you don't have time. Maybe you have a little bit of time. You don't have much. Well, since you never saw it, South Park, this will be more difficult, but imagine a show about gladiators fighting to the death in the boob arena of Brestopolis. think we turn that into a really AI generated show. Yeah, that's about the right quality level, huh? Question, at what point does it VTuber stop being a small VTuber? That's a great question. I think 3 to 5K, what though? Viewers consistently? That might be getting closer to being like above medium even. I would think small is you're pushing anywhere under 1K. Average is definitely at least small. You might honestly 500 might be where you're starting to get to like medium, and then once you hit like the thousands, you're looking at, you know, getting to be large. Getting out of small is probably the, you know, crazy part. Around the time they only refer to us as chat. Chat, is this real chat? Yeah. Oh, just the fandom in general? Oh, yeah, no, that, yeah, 3 to 5K would be like that. You're definitely out of small if you're talking the thousands of fans, for sure. Once people start doing things for you for free without even knowing you, I think is when you're probably getting close to being out of small. Once a lot of people are doing that, you're definitely not small anymore. No arguing it. Free labor is how you know you're rich, basically. Working hard on making the Tayverse fan fiction. Okay, good luck, Ben. Writing is difficult. I've tried it. I've done it. I had to go to college and stuff. But yeah, I mean, there's no concrete numbers. I think it's just, you know, there's some break points that'll happen. Mongolian flicker goon. What does that mean? Pussy. Hi, Dem. It's hard to write something really good. Like, really good. I've written one thing in my life that I thought was, like, worth preserving. Medium is more nebulous, but also more mobile. That's kind of why I'm like, yeah, once you're breaking the hundreds in viewers consistently, you're probably getting close to, like, being somewhere in that medium range. Because you're not tiny. You might still be small. It depends. It all depends. I think large is when it's a job. I think that's probably the best place to put it, is like large is when it's your career. Is when you're like, this is what I'm doing. This is my full-time job. I do at least 40 hours a week of it. I don't have another job. At least not unless I just want to. You're good at writing once you write things other people... Vari, stop. 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 It's too much. You're clogging my chat window. That's just a bunch of keywords. What are you doing, Vari? Is this SEO? Is this SEO? Are you doing SEO in my chat right now? Anyway, you're good at writing. Once you write things other people think are good, but you keep burning them because they're not good enough. I do that. I do that. I'm gonna be honest, I do that. A lot. It's really bad. I tried to continue the bunker and I couldn't because I wasn't happy with it. I knew if I finished writing it and I made like a little story out of it, you guys would fucking love it. Even if it wasn't up to my standard, but I was so angry that I couldn't do it as good as I wanted to that I just like threw it away. I kept throwing it away. I just couldn't do it. I can't do it. If I write something, it has to be new. Now, I can't continue that story. It is my crowning jewel. I don't want to ruin it. I want to be able to point at it and say I did that and I didn't fuck it up more. I was asked several times in college to swap my major to philosophy and English. And I kept saying, sorry, you don't have any money. And I feel like I was totally right to do that because they don't have any money. I'm sorry. It's just, there's not money in it. Simply have uncontrollable creativity to the point where if I let my brain idle, I would design an entire planet from the geology up to explain why a catboy has a left-tending tail. Good luck. You've had your lore written for so long, just haven't decided what to do with it. I haven't written any for myself. I should. I know I should. But again, it's one of those things where I know if I start, I'm going to get really frustrated that I can't hit the standard I want to hit. And it'll just be really frustrating for me. I think I could do it. I've done it before. I've written whole backstories for characters and stuff, but I don't know. I'm also not sure I want to. Like, I'm not sure I want to make a concrete background yet. You're writing Tay's Temu anime lore? What the fuck does that mean? Temu anime? Is that like wish.com type quality? Is that what that means? If you went back, it would be for English. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a bad degree to get. There's just not a lot of money in it. Unless you can like write books. And I think I'm too perfectionist for it. Technical writing? It does. I don't think I would have to go to college again for that though. I think I could take courses on that since I already have a technical degree. And it's like, you know, close enough. And I've done some stuff in that area. I'd be interested if you told me that it had a lot of remote work and I could just like drop in. That would be a lot more interesting because I have been looking to try and find another job that is fully remote instead of what I'm doing now. But so far that hasn't panned out. Anyway, right, so I get frustrated at seeing that type of crap put out. And then people engage with it like they just heard something brand new and amazing because it was said by someone with 20,000 followers. Always demanded the bachelor's in technical writing specifically. That's crazy. I'm surprised there's no like they won't take a cert along with a bachelor's in general. That's kind of surprising. But yeah, I want to finish this topic. So it's like, okay, yeah, they have a ton of followers. There's probably a lot of people there who are like trying to reply guys that, you know, fucking get recognized by being nice and all positive and happy in the comment section. Yeah, great. Get attention from your whoever. That doesn't work, obviously, because there's just too many people. Also, they just want the engagement. It's like, that's just like the point, you know? How goes the 18-hour shift at the ball crushing factory? I've done very little. I've sat here talking a lot, Iron. I am yapping today. I be yapping. Probably more than I should, but I be talking. Some days I'm just like this. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually. Too bad. This is what you get. This is just part of the shtick. Yeah, it just has frustrated me for a while. The Duke of Yappenshire strikes again. Yes. Oh, I know it is. I'm just goofing. Yeah, I feel like quality is something that people will talk about and then not do. And I'm mainly referring to those posts because there's nothing of sustenance in there. There's no, not sustenance, substance, sorry. Brain working too fast. there's no substance to it. It's not useful information. There's nothing new really being said. They're just regurgitating things that they've heard from someone else, I'm sure. We all do that to a certain degree, but there's not really a new take on it in there. It's like, okay, why are you saying any of this? Sustenance also works. I mean, it does, but I don't like it. Anyway. But to say that everyone else needs to work on their quality and then to half-ass what is supposed to be an informative and useful post to the internet, to make it slop, fuck you. Just, what do you mean? What do you mean? Make better content. You're not even doing that. Lazy ass. The fuck? Get out of here. They're not wrong, but they're not doing it. So it's like, god damn it. The goal is always to get full pay for the least amount of ass possible. True. Call this the OnlyFans theorem. I mean, valid. It's almost like a bunch of the VTubers that keep their mouths shut have marketing degrees, or because that. I know what you tried to say, but I don't think you typed it the way you wanted to say it. God damn it. Yeah, the ones with marketing degrees know to shut up. I don't know to shut up, but I'm okay with the consequences. I know that when I post something inflammatory, that there will be people who hate me over it. That's okay. And because they know what they're doing. Okay, gotcha. Yep. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, most of the time you're better off shutting up. Unless, like, part of your thing is, you know, saying things. I mean, that's kind of what VTubers are. But usually, you know, they'll focus on trends or something like that, which is another thing I actually don't care for all too much, is the boring trends. The ones that don't add anything. Hey, everyone, go get piece of art that is the same shape and the same style. But that's not a very exciting trend. I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't really thrill me. I really like the ones where you add something and then pass it on. Those are cool. Say knows that I like those because I tried to fuck around with that and like push the limits of it. I failed, but that's okay. Failure is fun. That was a really funny ass series of events. It was a train wreck, but it was fun to watch anyway. I was trying to manage it. That was interesting. You fucked it up so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad that it was funny to observe. Like, in hindsight, looking back at it, that's comically bad. It's so bad. But I learned a bunch of things. It was fun. I had a good time. I don't think anybody else had a good time, but I had a good time. We'll get you a sociology book for Christmas. I'll survive. There's a reason I don't do things like that. I'm better at more serious conversations and topics because I can take the time to think about it. I'm very frustrated though that the entire VTubing sphere is either chose the clown picture on purpose. I know you did. I fucking know you did. Anyway, it's either you have to talk about drama, and drama is hit or miss for me on whether I give a shit. You have to have wronged someone in a very serious way. I don't care if you talked shit about someone. I really don't. But if you stole their money, then, you know, maybe we'll talk about that for 20 minutes on stream. Maybe I'll make fun of you in a Twitter post or something. But it's not, I don't need to do a deep dive on it. The hell? That's too much work. Too much work for people who don't deserve it. And then the other side of it is all like disgustingly sweet, very positive. And I at least see the appeal there. You know, if you just want like escapism or a certain kind of like message, a certain kind of feeling when you're there, I get it. That's fine. I can, that's cool. I'm not really for that though. So I feel like I do kind of stick out a little. Maybe not in the best way, where I'll just say some shit. I'll just do something. And it's not... I'm not following the script. And I chose to do that. I know I could follow script. I don't like it, though. Like, I want to have my fun. The way I want to do it. Incredibly intelligent people in the VTuber community, they're just doing their own thing usually. Yeah, I've tried to like try and figure out a way that I could kind of mesh in with the larger community. That isn't just specifically like people I know and can be friendly with, who maybe like understand my own context and the things that I maybe would talk about. Like I had a bunch of people block me on, I think, Blue Sky. Yeah, it was Blue Sky, because I don't think you can tell who did that on X. I made a joke jabbing at people who do something that has an obvious likely outcome and then getting the outcome, like throwing absolute fits over it when it's like really mild. I think the example I chose was probably the reason people got upset, but it applies to everybody. The example was people who like lewd tubers and stuff, people who have like fanslies and whatnot, things like that, who then go on to complain that they get like a weird DM or something here and there. Nothing crazy, not being stalked, none of that. Like that would definitely be way over the top. But like, and the example I'm thinking of in particular was a meme. Someone fucking copy pasted to somebody. They just didn't get it. And then they like went off about how don't send this to me, yada yada. And it's just like, first of all, that's a shit post. Second of all, hold on, you're surprised? Like you're acting like this is a massive shock. Just saying like, hey, I don't like this, that'd be fine. But they were like losing their mind. And I was just very confused because not quite like that, Ben. It was something else. It was a really long copy pasta too, but I recognized it within the first 3 sentences. I didn't finish reading it. Oh, did my stream die? Did it finally die? No, it's alive. That's crazy. How is it alive? That bitrate is so low. Holy. I'm sorry, guys. I wish I knew what was causing this. We're just gonna stick... Sorry, I had a burp come out of nowhere. I was mid-sentence. We're gonna stick to just chatting, I think, while we can, because if I try to play the game, it's gonna only get worse. Let me know if it gets, like, unbearable. So... This is your end or mine. This is me. This is on my end. I don't know why. My bitrate's all over the place tonight. It's just... It looks like a heart rate monitor. It's just up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Over, 15 minutes. It's just awful. I don't know why. I can't fix it. I know why. It's Spectrum. But I can't do anything about it. It's either Spectrum or something somewhere in the middle that I don't have control over. Because my PC's running fine. I could close the game. Actually, we can do that. Just in case. Just in case. On the off chance, right? On the off chance. That it has anything to do with it. We'll do that. Because If I play, it increases the bitrate needed to actually like see what's happening, and then the game gets, and then the stream buffers more, I should say. No, I don't think I plan on it, honestly, Ben. And let me focus on chat then, since I can. Except for Kick, because Kick broke again. Oh my god. Just the website. I'm sure it's streaming fine, but like the website's just busted. Always seems to be. I don't know why. Can't say you don't understand it. Oh my god. See, I think that's unfortunate because that's your assumption. Because the fact that just the person that happened to trigger my thought on it was someone who was involved in that. Is my chat on slow? No, it is not on slow. There's just a delay. The presumption, and this is why I say, I think I said it on X, and I don't think anyone gave a crap because that's a totally different like subset at this point. Everyone who is sensitive like that is now on Blue Sky. There is definitely like a divide now. Where the topics just like you can say one thing here and one thing there and the response is totally different now, which is in some ways a good thing, but in other ways it's like if you see something and you just assume a ton of shit about someone, I don't think that's good for you or for anyone else, and it definitely pushes you into an echo chamber. Because you're assuming that like I hold a bunch of opinions that I don't, just because I think it's mildly comical that there are so many people out there who will take an action. It can be anything. You know, literally take your pick of anything that has reasonable odds of having a certain outcome. And then being wildly surprised when likely outcomes happen. It's like, well, why are you surprised? Just the surprise part. That's the only thing I ask about. No one wanted to actually like tell me why they're surprised. Because this is something that I would think, right? It's a reason I wouldn't do something like that. A red flag is a red flag. It's not a red flag. You decided it was one, but I don't think it is one. It's a genuine question. I think it's a little bit silly, but maybe they have a reason. I don't know. No one wanted to actually talk to me about it except for one person who just basically accused me of what you're saying now, of like, don't you see how that's, you know, implying all these things? It's like, well, but I didn't say those things. Well, it's all relational. I understand what you're coming from. I just don't think it's a good idea. Like, I understand how you're relating things, but I just don't agree with the relations being presumed on a single data point. Like, I had never interacted with these people, and they just jumped to it. The action is flawed. Okay, well, go ahead. I'm interested. Like I said, it's a genuine question. I would like to understand how that thought process comes about. Twitch is slow and limited. Okay, no worries. Yeah, I mean, listen, if that's their choice, that's fine. I just don't think that it's exactly the best way to learn anything in life is to just jump to assumptions. I'm pretty open to a lot of things, though. I know a lot of people are not. Like, they don't want to see anything they disagree with on their timeline. And yeah, if that's what they want, fine. But I don't think that promotes anyone learning anything. Hi, Q's. What's going on? It's going. The paradox of tolerance. I mean, yeah, like I said, though, you can make a choice. And you can decide how far that goes. You know? You could also go the other way and say your argument goes all the way to nobody except my little itty bitty echo chamber gets into my box, and that's it. You can go either way. It's not invalid. I just don't think it's a good idea. There's somewhere in the middle that's probably actually like good for you. But what kind of question is that, Ben? What is that? Say if you're about to write 5 paragraphs, I just hope you're not, because I don't want to sit here and read on stream. That would be a little boring. That might be, if it is long, it might be something I have to get back to you on. Where's my, there it is. I'm gonna bump the music up just a little bit. You're going to? Okay, well, I'm definitely not getting to you on that right now then. There we go. Swap this to chatting. That's a bummer that can't keep that going. I mean, you can reason anything, though. Anything can have reasoning. The question is, you know, what's actually a good idea? I see a lot of, just in general, it doesn't matter which site you're on for this one. Just a very large amount of people who jump to assumptions, and it's just like, wow, that's crazy. Wasn't there just one recently? I think this was on Twitter. Was something about renaming the bishop as like a joke from chess.com, and it like blew up because people were getting like hyper religious zealous over it, which is so many layers of cringe. But they all just jump to the assumption that it was because it was the bishop, and then they fucking go off. Yeah. Have you considered other options? Asked any questions? No. Okay. That's just the world we live in now. Everything is just what's your gut tell you to do, and you just run with it, man.
They forgot that I'm him.
Thank you, Dem. Thank you for the resub. I also say all this as someone who's coming from not using social media. So I don't know if I just don't have most of those people are anti-Catholic but don't know that that's Catholic exclusive. I mean, I wouldn't know. I didn't really look through the comments on it. I opened it up because I thought it would be funny, right? I was like, oh, there's got to be some great jokes in here. It's just fucking vitriol. Like, holy shit. What did I open? Where am I? I thought this was a meme. They got me. And it's all just, oh, it was really, really, it was bad. But yeah, I think I'm coming to the conclusion that I started with. Going into VTubing and everything is, I don't really think I get along with social media. I can't say things without, I can't say things in keeping in mind a massive audience that doesn't know me at all. I'm not good at that, clearly. But at the same time, I don't know what my limits are and like what I am and I'm not allowed to do. In hindsight, I should have screenshotted the exact person and the meme that I was referring to. But I didn't know if that would be like, okay, quote unquote. I'm still learning some things. If I had that context, it probably would have been taken as the joke that it was. At like the most absurd case of like, what do you mean? Like the most, for one, this is stupid. For two, this isn't even bad. And for three, like, yeah, like, duh. I think someone tried to equate it to like victim blaming someone for getting stalked. And I'm like, that is, wow, that is a very large leap. No, absolutely not. Those are two different things. I think that was the craziest thing that I did hear back from on that. See, that's what they were saying, and I'm like, no. Actually, expectation, yes, you should expect that to happen because it will. Realistically speaking, that's gonna happen. But they were like, oh, that it should. No. Shouldn't. Absolutely shouldn't. But it will, and you should be prepared for that. You shouldn't have to be in a perfect world. But we don't live in a perfect world. So when someone sends you a shit post, and you freak out about that, I'm just like, God, what are you doing? I'm like, that's just, oh, maybe you shouldn't do it. Like, if that actually upset you, please protect yourself. And maybe, I don't know, if you have other options, consider something else, because oh, if that's what gets you, you're in for a rough time. Yeah, it was the assumption of the should. I think that about sums up why I was like, wow, that's crazy. Why would you think that I think that? Off rip, you know? If you have a bad feeling and don't want to engage in it, sure. I can get that a little more, but they went in and just like straight up assumed. I was like, whoa. It's like how I got death threats for baking a loaf of, what do you mean, Ben? For baking bread with a recipe they gave you? Oh, you don't need, yeah, well, and that's, yeah. That was kind of my point of like, the whole thing was like, you should be prepared for likely negative outcomes. I think that generalizes my point. Ben is the Wonder Bread guy. Oh my God. Hi, Dreamer. I saw you were streaming last night. I'm shouting you out. I'm publicizing it. Dreamer was streaming last night, and it looked pretty good. I didn't get to watch much, but it looked pretty good. Dreamer starts later than me, later than I usually am supposed to end. So, you know, check them out. Pretty cool. I think it was Super Mario, right? So one of the Super Marios. There's a few. The other thing that I really don't get along with social media at all with, sometime today, awesome. Make sure to, well, you have been, but I will tell you, continue to use the self-promotion stuff. Meat bread. Oh. Fried beef. Oh my god, that sounds crazy. That doesn't sound bad. It sounds wild, but not bad. What was I saying? I was on something. I was on some topic. I don't fucking know anymore. Right. The other thing that I don't get along with either of the short form post websites is that it's short form. I am very verbose. I talk a lot. I'm very bad at writing a shorter letter. Like, if you need something written succinctly, it will take me 10 times longer. 200 and some odd characters. Oh lordy, I can't do it. That's too few. I need triple. And I ain't paying for it, god damn it. And if you put things in comments, nobody reads them anyway. That's probably the biggest thing I struggle with. It's delicious. I cooked it for my birthday some years ago and fed it to everyone. Then there was this missing 16 hours when we were all in food comas. That sounds great though. Oh, it's almost like a meatloaf. Oh my god, yeah, that sounds great. You put the little thread marker on it, some people will read it. That's a good piece of advice. Maybe I'll try that. And I'll just actually write all the things and put it in actual context. Do you put onion powder mix? Like the onion soup mix, I'm sorry. The onion soup mix in your meatloaf, say? If not, try it. Next time you make meatloaf, try the onion soup mix. Just one packet for like a regular sized meatloaf. That's my mother's secret addition to the meatloaf. That's what makes it that good. Also, the bacon on top. The bacon on top is... And the other trick, when you put the bacon on top, you have to put it on a grate type thing that will hold the meatloaf above the pan, so that all of the excess fat doesn't soak in and make the loaf soggy and gross. Because like there's a lot on bacon. You hate it? She only puts in one of the little packets though, the little soup mix packets, not a lot. And she does make big-ish loaves. They're for, 5, 6, 7 people. So maybe half. It depends on how much you're making. Just a little bit though. If it's too much, then it's just onion, right? Then it's just onion loaf. I have had onion loaf. It's not good. But that's understandable. You can go without it. The bacon though. Oh, the bacon. I haven't had meatloaf in a while. Not since I went home for Thanksgiving. For that week, I got one. It was good. More of a tangy kind of thing. Ooh, interesting. Y'all heard it here. Say is house husband right here. Took a really long time to pinch it. The top did not want to seal. You posted it, I take it. Oh my god, it's massive. That's like a... It's almost like a calzone or stromboli. Just like, that's just what it makes me think of, you know? It's obviously not, but like, that's what I'm thinking of. Pretty good cook, if that's what you said. That is exactly what I'm saying, Sai. If you can cook and clean your house husband, it's that easy. You can be boy wife that easy. It tastes like joy and heart disease. Oh, anything good. Well, not anything. A lot of good things taste like that. I think my bitrate's been doing better, but only better. Oh, right. Here's the other big piece of advice for anyone who wants to be a streamer. Live in a major city. Yeah, that one ain't fair. That one ain't fair at all. In fact, kind of fucked up. At least if you're, like, you know, in the US. Live in a major city and you'll have great internet. Live just about anywhere else and you are going to have so many problems. Stop feeding me to AI, Ben. I don't like that. Once was fine, but stop it. You don't know what they do with that. Cooking with love takes into account the dietary needs of the people you're cooking for, and so they don't get heart disease. True. True. Very true. My mother has celiac. Cooking for her is a lot of extra effort. The AI hungers for you. It hungers for all of us, but don't feed it. Seriously, I don't want myself to be popping up in AI outputs. I don't think it would say. Also, I'm not doing it, so I cannot control everyone, but I can scold Ben. You can, if you absolutely must. Actually, I'm not going to give you an idea. Just a vague description. I mean, yeah, vague description is probably, at least it won't put me out. I don't want myself in the outputs. That would suck. I don't need it giving some big corpo guy like an androgynous male VTuber model that looks exactly like me. I don't need that to happen. I don't want that to happen. Well, it can't say because I'm not the one doing it. And I told him not to. So that's not how that works. You can't break someone else's contract. Like that's just not how that works. It would be a breach of the terms of service. But that would require that I do it. And I'm telling him not to, so. Yeah. You're most definitely not androgynous in this AI's opinion. The AI is trained on anime titties. What do you expect? Big ol' honkabalankas. That's what that thing's trained on. That's what it's supposed to output. That's the expectation. That's what it exists for. At least those ones that you're probably shoving me into. But Ben, I told you about this. Don't use those. They're gross and stinky and ugly and ugh. It makes you into a giant leather-wrapped muscle beast or a hot girl. Yeah. It wouldn't be a breach for you. It would be for Ben, which is a different thing. Copyright violation? I think that's just a copyright violation. Although, I mean, honestly, the jury's still out on how that works legally. What did you do now? I don't know. If you took an image of me and fed it into there, that would technically be a copyright violation. Technically, because you don't have permission to do that, to reuse it. Although I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works legally. I really don't. No clue. And I don't think it's established yet how that works. I think they're working on that right now. On what exactly that means. Because there's definitely artwork out there that is just posted, like, quote unquote, publicly. This is just raw text input. That, again, I don't know how that works. That's vague. But stop playing with the AI tools, Ben. I'm gonna have to bap you like I have to scold my boss when he screws around with them. Or I should scold my boss. I can't scold my boss because he's my boss, but I want to. They're working on if the AI is liable. No matter what they decide, the feeding would be a violation. Ah, okay, there you go. That does sound correct. That does, rather, it makes sense anyway. And yes, the AI should be liable. That should be their responsibility. Figure it out, nerds. That's what they're supposed to do, right? Because, like, realistically, right? Let's just assume, because this is the world we live in. Let's assume that, like, that's how things proceed, right? Shit's fucked. Companies are going to use AI. You don't get a choice in it. Basically, they're trying to say if the company stumbles upon all of the art and history, if they're responsible for all the copyright infringement. Yeah, so they should be liable for it. That should also trigger the big question of, oh, wait, isn't copyright law kind of fucked? Because it is. It's wildly overzealous. I mean, it's a good idea, but it's like really extreme. But if companies are going to use it to just create shit like Coca-Cola did and not give a crap, they should at least be, someone has to be liable, or if they use something that someone else originally created. And realistically, the only people you can hold responsible for it is whoever made the AI model, because they're the only ones who know where they got all that information to create it. So they would have to essentially build in their own system to then go look back at everything that they used, look for matches, and say, did we just steal this? Is this too close? And what is too close? Great question. Don't know. If they cut the AI off from real art, it has to feed on itself, right? Well, no, there's different models and structures that don't have anything horny in them. Find things that they specifically have stated on the legal record they do not know. They know. They just don't want to do it. Because if they admit that they know, they are so on the hook. They could find it all. I guarantee you. And if they can't find it, they can find most of it. And from most of it, you can find most, like the rest of it, essentially. You can figure it out. Or you can build a new model. That's actually not that hard to do. Building the models isn't hard. It's building all the tech that goes into it that's hard. It's expensive to build a model, but it's not hard. It's a shit show. Like I said, they can do it. They can comply with it if you tell them that they cannot breach copyright. They can do it physically. It's possible. It would be a huge setback for them because they're irresponsible and never kept track of what they used and what they didn't. But that's their fault. Make them pay for it. Make the big tech companies that really wanted that shit to make them pay for it. If they can do it in an ethical, responsible way, well, roughly, as close to that as we can manage to force them, if we can make them do at least that much, that's pretty good. Better than it is. And I'll take better than nothing. Can they pay for me? God, if only, right? About restarting, basically. I will give you the 30 seconds to get out of ads, and then I'll restate it. Don't worry, Say. I'll say it again. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough out there. And there's not great solutions. But that's because they pushed it too fast, too hard, and they didn't take responsibility for their industry. They didn't decide that they had to be ethical. So now they have to pay for it. Tough shit. And this happens in every industry. It happens all the time. Vaping was a big one. I used to vape. Thankfully, I don't anymore. But when I did, when I started, it was basically an unregulated industry. But it really wasn't that bad when they did get regulated. Because the vast majority of vape shops and vape dealers and all that, it does not address the problem of it burning the world down. You're so right. But yeah, it's a start. That's what I was saying. It's like, it would be better than it is now. Because that's like, realistically, that's better than what we got. I'll take it. They would have to restart and figure out a way to double check and make sure they're not spitting out something that they were fed. Realistically, they can't check against literally everything ever, but they can check against the stuff they use to train their own model. And the nice thing is they don't have to check against the translated versions, not language, like position, rotation, things like that. They don't have to check against those to see if it's the original. They just have to check the original and just kind of see if it matches when they transform the final product. A few ways. They might flip it, invert it, that sort of thing. A lot of furs just voluntarily fed their art into the machine. Well, they're crazy. But they probably have their own not private, it's probably open source. But they probably have their own model that they're building on their own machines. And it's just like they just share it around to each other and they all train it independently. And they just work on getting a better model over time. That is how it should work in like an optimal scenario where people just use like, really well optimized systems where every action becomes a series of infinite checks. No, thankfully not. You can limit it to it. Like you can have a certain degree, right? You can say, okay, well, this is like what we can reasonably do. And I think we could all say, all right, fine. There are limits. Like maybe you can't check every single image, but maybe, you can try to check some of the ones that you think it might match. There's a lot of tricks and ways to do things to make it really, really fast and a really quick search, relatively speaking, to do that. And that would be for business purposes. We could just not use the technology. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen, I don't think. So the better of the two evils is what we're going to get, as usual. Unless government suddenly takes a weird left turn that I would not expect at all. No, it's not fitting anyone but billionaires. You're so right. No, this one could go back, Ben. It's not a good technology. Like, it's not something that people are going to use. Don't need to use, I should say, for business. Businesses like it because it gives the people in charge a feeling of power. But I am not convinced that it is economically successful. The only business that I think might benefit from it is search engines. I do think there is some benefit to be had someday from using a algorithm like that to quickly run through the first 10 or 20 results of any given search and saying, here's a summary of all the information we thought was like reasonably probably true. They were already shit though. That's the unfortunate situation. At least Google was. It also can't do math. No, it's bad at everything, but it is just good enough at reading to give you a summary if you search something that is relatively normal. That's about all you get. But it is better than what Google was before, which is not saying much, but it's something. Again, sometimes. But it hyper accelerated. Oh yeah, they stopped caring once they put that tool in, because they saw, oh yeah, the tool does good enough most of the time that people are happy and they'll keep using it. Yep. The enshittification of the internet is upon us. Is it? It's, for most users, yes. Very important that you note, for most users. For the average non-tech literate person who does not want to open any pages. Yes, it does lie to you. It will. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That is, yep. It's designed to lie to you. It wants to. It just wants you to be happy with the results. It doesn't care what it tells you other than that. It might try a little bit to not be completely full of shit, but it doesn't try very hard. It'll probably get better in time. Why do people get surprised when technology leads to exploitation? This is what technology is for. Yeah, exactly. And that's what government's for, is to presumably regulate technology so that the exploitation is beneficial to all the people, more or less. Usually, you know, we have to give a little to the people who maybe made it, or, you know, will be, you know, maybe built it, or whatever they are, whoever they are. We give them a little, you know, something. That's how you get rich people, right? If someone does something pretty cool and you're like, all right, you know, fair enough. You get to you get to rest on your laurels. You get to have the Ferrari. Fine, you can have the Ferrari. You're rewarded for that. That's what it used to be. I don't know. We got oligarchs now and shit. It's crazy. To where, like, they don't have to do that. They can just tell government to shove it. Which is kind of crazy. Hi, Zeeg. Hello. You love me? Oh, thank you. Hi.
Put this on right now. I know it sounds strange, but you have
Put me
to
in the
do
outfit
it.
right away. That's crazy. I gotta slide myself down again. There we go. Yeah, you survived the Hunger Games, you get to live in the special house in your district and get to look down on all your old peers. That's how it used to be. Like, you would just get, like, you know, you'd have the millionaires and stuff where they get to live in their gated communities and do their little powwows, and it was like, whatever. The rest of the country, with some particular outliers, but let's not get too far into the weeds here. Outliers excluded. A very good chunk of the population could just do a job and, like, own a home and not be poor, basically. That is no longer the case. You know, it's good for weeds, dropping a heavy blade on it. That's crazy. Yeah, I used to do some landscaping back in my day. Yeah. When you get really thick vegetation, you do need to get the blades out. That's the best way to deal with it. They make attachments that go on the ends of weed whackers, or weed eaters, as some of you might call them, where it's literally just a spinning blade. It's fucking crazy. It's kind of metal, honestly. I never got to use one. I want to, though. It sounds fun. Like, chop through a shrub or something. It just sounds like a fun time. Apparently Ben is quoting something. Resources exist to be consumed, and consumed they will be, if not by this generation, then by some future. What right does this forgotten future have to deny us our birthright? None, I say, let us chew and eat our fill. Oh, yes, Ben, I want to clarify on something. We did talk about the one comment from the other day. Zeke doesn't like any of the machine references. I did get clarification on that for us. So that, not just for you, but for everybody, so everyone's aware. Zeke doesn't like those, so please don't do those. Thank you. Thank you, Ben. I like a good traditional sickle, get the neighbors together and erect it with our own hands. Oh, God. The problem is you can't do anything. Realistically. Most of us, anyway. And the people who can have been convinced, and in some cases it's true, that they're only in the position that they're in because of those people, so they're going to do what they have to do to protect them. So there is like a crony thing going on around it. No worries, by the way. That's just CEO Morgan from Alpha Centauri. He's the token hyper-capitalist. God. I think so. I saw something, I think it was a video recently, where someone basically said, capitalism is actually dead. And now we're just in like hyper-capitalism. We're in the corpse of capitalism at this point. Because it's no longer about capitalism. There's no capital. We're not growing on capital. We're not building things. You could kind of make the argument that, you know, we were building websites and stuff, the web, the internet, you know, the digital stuff. We don't even do that anymore. We just maintain, essentially. We're just maintaining stuff. We're just providing services. We're just running in circles. We should eat powerful people. You're right to say. Yes. What game is that from? From Alpha Centauri? Oh, is the game Alpha Centauri? Fun to play as. His designs are hilariously overblown and covered in gold. As long as you don't let him literally murder the planet, he's a powerhouse. That sounds about right. No, yeah, no, Zeke's 100% for real. The thing is, it's not even that many people that are like actually the problem. It's just that you can't do much about them independently, right? There was a certain person recently who proved that you can do something. It just comes with great costs and risks. But anyway, that's why they hate artists, because they can create things that are beyond their control. I think it's often control. Like with a lot of things, like forcing people back into offices. It's about control. It has nothing to do with the work. If you want people to do the job, if you're worried that they're going to get lazy and not do stuff, there may be a handful of cases where, yeah, like there's really no other way to like check on what they're doing without it being like really weird and invasive. So you're just like, you know, I don't think we can do that remotely. All right, fair. That does happen. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's a few, right? Like stuff where you have, you know, where it's hands-on, but you could maybe mail it, where they're just like, yeah, no. Like with the work I do, right? We have tons of metrics, tons of ways to measure the work that you did and how well you're doing and how much you're contributing. I can go months without needing to be in office. True, you can be weird and invasive in an office. I'm just saying, like, the worker might not be cool with having a camera in their home on all the time. That might be uncool with them. That's part of it, Ben, but there's more to it. For one, it's the people who own the offices know the people who own the businesses, and they're buddies, and they don't want to lose their racket. So, like, you know, there's some stuff going on there. The billionaires, yeah, they can't lose their money, etc. There's also just the control of it. What's your middle manager's gonna do if they can't annoy you about random bullshit in the middle of the day? Yeah, sometimes those two people are the same person. Yep. My office does not have free breast milk in the fridge, I don't think. I haven't looked, though. I don't use our fridge. I come home for lunch. I live very close to my workplace. It's pretty nice, actually. But, yeah. There's a litany of reasons, and the most important ones are basically taking your money. Because if the business didn't have to pay for that office, they could pay you more. They could, but they won't. The crypto bros weren't entirely crazy. The money up top is kind of made up. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the point of our entire system of currency, is that it is just made up. Yeah, but the office is a direct extension of the CEO's penis. Oh, you're so smart, Ben. Thank you. That explains everything. Kind of fucked up, but I think you might be sort of right. Yeah, no, it's frustrating that what would have been like rich people, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, like what people would think of as rich is now like upper middle class. Like there are people who have like ridiculous amounts of money and they have very little security in that because of the way that the money works, right? Like a lot of it's in investments and property and stuff. That's how you do it. That's the only way to keep it. But it's very unreliable unless you're one of those super rich people who can hedge all that. And it doesn't matter anymore. It's like office golf. Have you heard of that? They play golf games and bet the offices of their underlings on the outcome of games. Some people shift offices so much. I've never heard of that in my life. Most capitalists of the past would be considered far left by current standards. Yeah. Yeah. And there's still plenty of people who are like wealthy, like business owners, that sort of thing. People who have enough money to have like a nice house in a nice neighborhood with a nice enough car. And now even some of those are turning into like middle class. Like that's middle class? This shit's broken. Like it's crazy. You can make six figures, low six figures, we're talking like 100K, live alone, and you're lower middle class. That's insane. You told me that 10 years ago, I would have called you crazy. It's the fuck. I mean, there's inflation on its own, but it just like the job I do, right? 5 years ago, the pay would not have been that much lower, but the money would have been worth a lot more. And even just between the time when I said that I would take the job that I'm doing now and the time when I started the job, which is about 5 or 6 months, something like that, I'm ballparking it, somewhere in that range, the purchasing power of my salary went down about $4,000 in 6 months. Now, I expect our rich people to just be greedy pieces of shit. Back then, you expected Rockefeller to build a giant building, make you a house, do a factory, and grow the world's largest Christmas tree. Yeah, well, they gave a shit, too, is huge. Sickles, you said Sickles, yeah. It's not fear, it's just you need to make great works rewarding again. Socially significant. The thing is, it's not like they stopped. It's not like people stopped wanting, someone with a deep as hell checkbook to come into their town and say, how can I help? In a way that makes me money, but how can I help? Yeah, rich people were part of the community. That's what I'm saying, though. having someone who's rich in your community who can say, oh, no, that you should build something on this land. The government shouldn't just be holding on to this. This is fantastic land. I can imagine it right now. It would be a fantastic development. We could have some townhouses, some ranches, maybe some larger homes. We got some big families looking for a place to be. Great, fantastic. We can do that. How can we make it reasonably, not too expensive? How can we do that? Okay, yeah, no, sounds like a great plan. Can we make sure we have a playground in the middle? Homeowners, no, we don't do that. That's awful. Why would you think of that? We have town ordinances anyway. We don't need that. Anyway, we're building this community. And they just do that. And then they sell it and they make money. They're just not making money hand over fist. Blame the rise of corporations. You can't trust a faceless entity as much as you can someone like Bruce Wayne. You also can't hold them responsible. That pisses me off. CEOs should be liable for a lot more than they are. For the pay that they receive, they should be a lot more liable for what their company does. You can't control everything. If someone does something awful and they're like out in the field, that's them. But if your policy is that, that something not being treated will cause someone to die, say if you work for some kind of medical thing, you're the CEO, if you know that leads to death, and you're like, but what if we say no, and you try to force that? You should at some point be liable for that. That should be like, something you can bring to court and win if they really did intentionally, lead to that. And like the courts should be set up in a way that you can win that one. They're not, but like that's how things should be. Most rich people have killed someone, somewhat directly, at least somewhat directly. You can only do violence to the rich. It's difficult, but it can be done. The thing is, you don't need to like literally kill them if you don't want to. You can just take everything from them. It's a different kind of violence, but you can do that one too. That's the thing that I would recommend if possible. I'm not a big fan of hurting people if you can avoid it. In fact, I think there's almost always a peaceful solution, and you should do that. Or at least try to. You can't promise that, major change in a country won't result in some kind of violence, but yeah, you try to avoid it at every step that you reasonably can, while still making the world a better place. But let's not get too deep into the logistics of civil war. Yeah. Realistically, I don't expect anything to change dramatically anytime soon. Well, and how to put this? I feel like there was a certain morality for a time. And I mean, for quite a while, where certain lines you don't cross. And they have been crossed several times, and now they're meaningless. So it's kind of, I don't know. Things are kind of messy in the world. Something will happen. I just don't know what. Don't believe anyone who tells you nothing happens, though. Things happen. I guarantee you. It will. Things will happen. I don't know what, though. Just try to keep yourself safe. I think that's very important. Try to stay safe, no matter what happens in the future. And, do what you can to make the world a better place. Yeah, you never know things happen until they're literally happening. It's that it's happening gif with the guy and the you know, the lasers and everything. That one goes crazy. Yeah, I mean, best thing that a lot of people can do is just, you know, not give up. That's a good start. You know, be responsible, be financially responsible. That's huge. And create things, make things, say things, talk to people. You know, build some kind of community. Care about something. All that fun stuff. Oh, I did note down some actual advice I do have for people who are getting into really anything, any hobby that they want to actually like get good at, and you know, push to be something, to be someone in that circle beyond just, you know, hanging out for the fun of it, which is fine. You don't have to be like the best, but if you want to be, or want to be one of, odds are you won't be number one. That's hard to do, but you can be in the top 500 or something. You know, that's a little viable. Maybe you can do that, right? Well, the first thing I'm going to tell y'all, and I stress this to people quite a lot, also just like professionally, don't burn out. Don't burn out. Before anything else, don't burn out. If you burn out, it's over. Son, if something's hard to do, then it's not worth doing. Now put that guitar in the closet next to your ventriloquist dummy and your unicycle and come watch TV. A wolf has descended. A wolf? Uh-oh. Isai Quetzal? Is it Quetzal or Quetzal? But welcome in. Hello. Hi. How you doing? We're chatting because I was trying to play Satisfactory and my bitrate was dying, and I didn't want to keep playing when it would make the bitrate problem significantly worse. So we're just talking about stuff. I was just getting into actual advice I have for anyone getting into anything, any hobby, profession. Just here to say hi and show support to anyone who has followed me on Blue Sky. Oh, thank you. It's nice that you're doing that. Really appreciate that. Can you drop your Blue Sky link? Because I know there's people in here on Blue Sky who maybe aren't following you yet there. And maybe tell us if your Twitch is linked there. Hi, Zeke. ... Why are you shaking? Is that Rat Shaker? Oh my god, is it Rat Shaker? Wait a minute. That's crazy. Like, is that what that's supposed to be? I love it. Yeah, what was I saying? Right. So for anyone trying to like really push to like get good at anything, you know, like I am a programmer by trade. That is like the skill that I use, the main one. It's really easy to burn yourself out working on projects and things like that. Take breaks and don't nuke yourself that way. Hi, Jeller. Hello. How are you? Welcome in. Is that what you like to be called? Jeller, or Zoo. Either way, welcome in. But yes, can't get rid of me. Yeah, sorry, you're stuck with us now. It's truly regrettable. I'm so sorry for your loss. Now we know you. It's over. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people burn out. I've burnt myself out on different things when I was doing modding while I was in college, just, you know, for funsies. But yeah, Ben's a cognito hazard. He's dangerous. Be careful. If he says anything you don't like, tell us. Ben's a little bit oblivious, I think is the right way to phrase it. But he does mean well. He's not evil, I swear. At least not that I know of yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day he might change. Wait until I begin appearing at the foot of your bed holding an open jar of mayo at 3:33 a.m. So if I just wait a minute, do you disappear? Like, just poof. How's that work? Yeah, the biggest thing is not burning out and finding where your limit is. If you cross that limit, though, it's going to be really bad. Oh my god. The sloppening, what is... I don't want to know. You know, I'm not asking the question. I don't want to know what the sloppening is. It's probably something very weird, though. Yeah, burnout is something that can creep up on you, too. Covered in a... I've never woken up covered in a greasy film. Anyway. Yeah, I've seen quite a few people burn out professionally and in hobby spaces. It sucks. You've probably done it and you just don't know it. Basically, you just stop being able to like function because you worked too hard for too long. Depending on the person, this can happen in a day if they work really, really hard and they can like keep up that kind of pace. This is getting competitive now. We can do that. But it can like ruin you. I believe recently there was a study implying that it might actually cause brain damage to burn out. So that's another reason not to do that to yourself and work yourself to the absolute limits. That being said, find that limit and push yourself just shy of it. That is the way that you get really good at something. Whatever that means to you, wherever that limit is, if you push yourself right up to that, and then make sure to take care of yourself, you know, take care of all the things you have to do, take care of your mental health, your physical health, all that stuff. If you can keep that up for a while, and you can, that's the point of it, not being burnout, and being very wary of hitting that. Keep that up for a while, you will see results. They may not be as stellar as some people. Not everyone's talented. I mean, I'm not a talented entertainer. I'm going to be real with you. But I've been doing this for, what, 6 months now-ish? I feel like I've gotten better at it. I still don't have a talking screen. I really should. I talk a lot. I haven't gotten around to building one. I should do that. But that's kind of the main two things, is push yourself to the max, but don't go over. If you can find that balance, you can get really good at stuff really fast relative to what you would do otherwise. It's a really simple strategy, but unless someone tells you, you might not realize it. And then, I mean, this one everyone will tell you, but keep it in mind, is just to think outside the box, get creative, you know, make your own things, try stuff. Even if you think it might look stupid, give it a shot. for streaming, give it a shot. If you think it'll look dumb, try it anyway. Put it up on your OBS, maybe even show it to your fans. And maybe they'll be like, oh, I love it. It's great. You see those little bots at the bottom there? I can't point at them, but like down there, those little guys. I was pretty sure I was gonna butcher it. I made those. I was like 90% certain. I'm like, it's not gonna go well. This is gonna be abysmal. I'm gonna try. Point with your tongue. I don't have tongue physics. I can't. It just opens my mouth a little, see? That's all it does. I don't have tongue, sorry. Ain't got tongue. No tongue action here. Yeah, I made those little guys. His tongue is very disappointing. Can confirm. How did you confirm that? Next goal, Tay tongue physics. I think if we were talking about stuff like that, I would have to get an iPhone for the face tracking, and I would have to get probably like a 2.0 model, which would be very expensive. Which actually, we can talk about expenses. Extended makeout session. When did that happen? Was I absent for that one? So I know a lot of people don't like talking about finances. Too bad. I love talking about finances. Numbers, I think, are very interesting. You're asking a lot of questions. And I have said it here before, which is that I make enough money to fund this more or less on my own. I don't need, like... I'm not asking for anything here by going over these numbers. This is just telling you literally what these things cost and where I'm at balance-wise. Numbers give me headaches. They're simple numbers, don't worry. So there's a handful of expenses that come with VTubing. A lot of you are probably already familiar with them, but you need a webcam or something to track your face. I also got the Tobii eye tracking, which helps with all that stuff. Since I wear glasses, the normal tracking is lackluster at best. So I went ahead and got that, since I think it is important to see like where you're looking. I feel like it adds a lot. So I thought that was worth it. So I got that. I've gotten all the art that you guys have seen, plus 2 drawings that are currently in the works, and that was a lot. But the total that I've spent so far on streaming, not counting like goofing off with other things. Jesus fucking Christ. What say? I'm waiting for looked up the eye tracker. Yeah, the Tobii eye tracker is not cheap. I got it for $100 off even. That was a good deal. The eye tracker alone is $239. That's what I paid for it. It mounts to the bottom of your monitor and has a bunch of sensors that can track your eyes very well. It knows exactly what you're looking at within like, I don't know, like a $50 sized coin, maybe like an inch around or something like that. I might be able to visualize it. Hold on. Might be able to show you guys. Can you see that on OBS? You can. Not really, but you can. Like if I look at my model, you can see the circle floating around. But only when it's on the screen. But that circle that you see around is that. Surprised you how much it costs? Yeah. Yeah. It's it ain't cheap. The range, huh? Anyway, I'll turn that off. This is not useful. I need a different way to visualize it because it doesn't come out right using Spout. You chose the tube, I chose the chicken. We shall see who becomes a millionaire first. I also have a normal job, so that helps a lot. The item itself. Huh? What about it? Yeah, I have the eye tracker. The 200 and some odd. Well, I think it's 300 and some odd normally. Yeah, it's like 300 some odd bucks. You said visualize. Oh, yeah, no, it shows it on screen. That's what it does, yeah. You've probably seen other streamers who have it and have used it to like show where their eyes are. Usually they use it in games with large-breasted women or some such, so that you can see when the streamer is staring at her booba. Which I think is really funny, but loses novelty after like 5 minutes. I'd like to be able to visualize it in a way that puts it on the game section of the screen that I have, so that you can see like where my eyes are as I'm like playing Fortnite or something. So you can see when I don't see. And that, I think that'd be pretty like entertaining. But I haven't figured that out yet. Anyway, yeah, that was 230, 240, something like that. I did get a Stream Deck. That was 125. That shit ain't cheap. It's very useful though. I quite like it. I don't know if it's worth that much money. You know, if you're, especially if you're on a budget, not worth it. But if you have, you know, if you have the money, then it's nice. It's a nice to have. If you could get it secondhand for cheap, that's not bad. Why are his eyes always on anime titties? It's why we watch them, dude. Yeah, exactly. Be such a tell for me because the amount of times I just stop paying attention. We don't need an eye tracker to know that. Come on, it's fine. So I'll run down the list of costs otherwise, and then I'll give you the total. So the original model was $350. The little assets, the only one I use now is the background, although I do really like it. But that was just $15. Some other custom things I got, like the colors and all that on the base model. That was another $15. The maid outfit was $90, which really not a bad deal. I feel like that's really good. All the Doros together was $20. The Starting Soon and BRB screen, the art I have for that was about $120. There are 2 more drawings I'm getting from that artist. I will not tell you anything else about them, but there's 2 more coming, and they are $344 together. Worth it, I think, because he's a really cool artist, but God, that's expensive. The Sea Slug was $5. The logo design I got was $25. The Fugi Goober little guy that I have for like, if you guys are watching, you know, Dem or Zeeg or someone else that I'm collabing with and you see my little guy in the corner, that's that one. Yeah, that was, yep, $10. The mascot Chibi that I have, which is like, it's sliced up and ready to be animated. I haven't decided to spend the money to animate it because it's not cheap. That was $105. Just the design for the Chibi was $75. My profile picture was $25. The kissing meme for me and Dem was $5. All my emotes were $100. And then you got the Toby and the Stream Deck. The total cost, this is not including Restream. This is not including Pretzel, although I recently got rid of that. For my profile picture. Yeah, Bugbug is a great artist. It came with the model, actually. Incredible deal. I'm just gonna be real. I feel like it's a really good deal. Like for the money, for $350, for the art and the rigging, that's not bad. I hunted around for a while before I found my artist, who I will shamelessly plug. It's Noum, Noum. Gonna smack them with an insole. I feel like they do it pretty quick. I feel like I don't think Bug takes too long to make the pictures, so maybe it works out for them. I'm pretty sure with most of the artists I've hired, they're all from like Asia, so I don't know what that like means to them for money. I also tip them pretty often. I think Ryasu is the only one I didn't tip because he charges a reasonable price for what it is. Like I feel like, you know, in the hundreds is fair for what he makes. Because like, put bluntly, could it be a little bit better? Like if he had 10 more years of experience? Okay, yeah, it would probably be like, you know, he could probably charge 5 times as much and it would be that quality. But like, he's at a reasonable price for the quality. And I think it's like a hobby for most of them too. Like they don't get back to me quick. I'll be honest with you. It is not fast. And that's okay. I'm not complaining. They're very upfront about it. But it's not like their thing. You know what I mean? It's not their job. So they have to like account for it. Yeah, reverse time zones. You have to answer when you wake up and before you go to bed. Like there's a lot of like stuff you gotta work with, and the language barrier is also there. You gotta have patience. They're all very patient, very kind. So yeah, here's Gnome. I love Gnome. Gnome's been great. I actually found Gnome because I was watching Pippa. This was like, I did just gotten into VTubing essentially, just as like a thing to watch. And she did a stream on how to be a VTuber, and I was like, oh, this is like something you can do. That's crazy. And I'd been thinking about it for a little bit of like, I'd like to make videos or something, because like I have the bandwidth now. And she was like, yeah, it's actually possible. And then she showed one of Gnome's models. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. You know, I've been looking around and wait, what's the price on that? It's just, wow. So I looked around more on VGen, and then I was just like, you know, I'll just hire this artist. That's great. And Gnome's another one of those where it's like, I think in like 5 years, they could totally charge at least 5 times the price. I think they're working towards something here. You know, where like, I'll be blunt and tell you there were a lot of flaws that I've had to get fixed, but Gnome has been great about all of them. Every time I'm like, this like, and I'm talking nitpicky stuff. I still have a few that I could go after. They're just so nitpicky, none of you know they exist. You didn't notice them, I guarantee you. And if you did, it didn't bother you much because no one said anything. The Catmate outfit actually has less of them than the main outfit does at this point. So I never talk about artists I like, bad things happen or they get addicted to drugs. No. Rigging is also crazy hard because you have to morph a piece of 2D art in crazy ways. Yeah, okay, so like let me show you what I mean by like I nitpicked. All right. So you see, I don't know if you can see where my mouse is. Okay, you cannot see where my mouse is. Okay, so you see where the frills on the skirt are at the edges? You see how if I move, they kind of like, they blend around? And there's like extra frills that'll pop out if I go too far. The hell, say before one of those dots goes in the wrong place, the entire thing can explode. Yeah, actually, I've thought about trying rigging out. I just don't have the time to like mess with it. But yeah, so you see the frills there? There was a time before this model was shown to anybody, of course, but like when I was testing it and we were working out there's always flaws. Like for everyone, I don't care, unless you're hiring like a studio that does it for tens of thousands of dollars, there's going to be some flaws. that have to be fixed. Like just the frills at the edge there, they would like detach and just keep going if I went too far to one side. Like we're talking that level of like little itty bitty things. And I've mentioned other issues with like my original model to GNOME as well. Oh, right. For the new people, I have thigh highs. Anyway, tried for 6 months to teach myself how to rig. It is brain melting. I don't think it would be too bad for me, but only because I come from like a technical background where the ideas aren't too far away from what I've done. I do think it would still be really difficult for obvious reasons, but like, I don't think it would be completely foreign, thankfully. Did your thighs get thicker? No, they did not change. I promise you. I have not updated this. Do you ever use Blender? I've messed around in Blender. I can't do like textures and stuff, which is why I was like, oh, I could maybe do rigging, because I can do the manipulation and stuff. I can think in vectors and whatnot, but putting like color on that? Oh, hell no. Then you can rig. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. It just looks like a lot of work. It's like, I don't mind work, but I need time. Did the factory finish? Oh my god. So I wasn't able to finish the factory. I'm so sorry. Hot cyborg made cats in your area. I'm in the area. That's true. The factory was really sad, yeah. I like how everyone congregates around my thighs. It's interesting. Yeah. I also have a drawing tablet. I want to do it more. I just, man, I need more time. Thanks, Say. It's like all I have done since I started, it feels like, is cope with stress, because there's a lot of it, deal with like personal stuff, you know, chores and that sort of thing, and then just work on stream. Also, check out the advertisement. I have those instead of I have those instead of sorry, you guys really took me by surprise with all those funny things you're saying. God. I have advertisements that pop up like it's a YouTube ad instead of having chat messages in the chat. That's kind of what I mean by like getting creative with things, because I didn't like how when I would collab with people and we'd share chat, we would all just be dumping messages into chat to like, you know, push the Discord, push the merch, whatever. And I was like, how can I in a fun way fix this problem? And then I saw on Pat's stream, he was putting stuff like Bandicam and Hypercam and all those funny like old references on screen. And I was like, oh, it'd be so funny if you had a banner ad that was like actually serious, but for your own content. I can do that. And then I went and did it. And yeah, I did edge the factory. That happened a lot. I was standing there for a good like hour just watching it like run, you know? And then we decided it couldn't go on forever, so we just left it. We just left it like that. Now, I was having connection issues, probably because of my like ISP or something. But we decided it'd be better to not have a game on screen. That way, the required bitrate for it to not like completely buffer is lowered, and it's less of a problem. Sadist factory, is that anything? I don't know. It's really lubricating those belts. Oh my goodness. They were running quick. Those were some fast belts. A little room for Zatsu? What's Zatsu? What? Days of Worship confirmed. Oh no. They got me. No, I'm a maid. Gosh. Just chatting. Huh? I'm confused now, say. Did I not update the game? No, I did. Okay. I didn't update the title, though. Here, I'll change it to something else. There we go. Entertain, don't need a game. I mean, I'm trying here. We have the unsatisfied factory now. Satsudan is like when you're just chatting to chat. Some people use a little room background. Oh, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, I need something like that. I want to get art for it, I think. Thank God you didn't. I wouldn't have come in saying that if it was a different title. I mean, true. I just changed it to Unsatisfied Factory. So there's still avenues to make those jokes. You might have to adjust them a little, but you can do it. I believe in you. But yeah, so total total cost of being a VTuber. $1,668 so far. On the upside, you know, subs and ads and stuff have paid out a little bit of money. I will now ask you all to guess one number, like you can just pick a value. How much do you think I've made since I started? And then I will tell you how much I've made. And we're talking about payouts, not total. So there's going to be a little bit left over from the last like month or two. Take it off cheap on some of that stuff. I did. 37 cents. I've gotten more than that. How long have you been doing this? I've been doing this since like September-ish. You could use a pre-made model. You can, yes. I recommend it even. If you're going to try it, you should. That is the first thing you should do. You should use a shitty old webcam and a pre-made model. There are some nice ones out there. I can't remember the one that I used. I didn't stream publicly with it, but I did use one to stream just to like my friends and stuff so they could see how it looks. I could test the quality, adjust settings, that sort of thing. And it was pretty nice. It was actually a really good model. Yeah, there's free ones, like the one I mentioned. The actual like regular pre-made ones, those are good. They're usually pretty good. But, you know, they are built off of something of a template, so, you know, give and take. It's pre-made, you know? You can only ask for so much. And at the price, hard to beat. There's that one recently that, like, really blew up. I think that's just... It's just, like, a really customizable female model. So, for any ladies, or people who want to have a feminine model... That's a great option. It's based on we got a Black Hawk down. Oh my god. The Soika model. Yeah. That was pretty crazy. People were like pirating it. That's such a wild, like, you know how I mentioned earlier, like, you should prepare for things that are likely to happen that are bad so they don't catch you by surprise? That's the opposite case where, like, who would have fucking thought that it would blow up like that? What are the odds? I can't blame the artist for not knowing what to do, and they still handled it really well. Like, that went surprisingly well. SmokeyBear.com, where there's smoke, there's fire. But that was crazy, Dorolos. You just love the Doro, don't you, Dem? You really love it. Yeah, that was, and it's a really good model. Seriously amazing. And not, I mean, again, you are going to look like some other people, but that's the point. It's to be reasonably inexpensive and really good. And it hits both of those points strongly. you know, for what it is. But they still handled it really well. That was really cool. I liked it. But yeah, there's tons of options. There's ways to be cheaper about it. If I wanted to be cheaper, and you can tell I am kind of a cheapskate. I wouldn't say cheapskate. If I was like 10 years older, I'd be like a coupon clipper. You know, I like a good deal. I like finding something good for a good price. I like that. Now with VR chat getting webcam tracking, it opens up a ton of new avenues. That too, that's an option. Although at that point, you can use Warudo as well and import models there. I think that'll take most models, and you can probably get someone to help you like mess with that. There's so many options, and Warudo, if you are a programmer, is very fun to use in that sense. Like, you can do a lot of things with it. I will also say, if you're getting into this, StreamerBot is really good. Again, but only if you're ready to learn it. Which was the other point I had listed for like actual advice is learn things. Don't be resistant to learning if you can do it. Does it have hand, finger, upper body tracking as well? Yeah, I think so. I think Warudo can track those things. I don't know how good it is though. You'd have to compare them. Tay love StreamerBot. I do love StreamerBot. It does everything for me. Like I, for personal reasons, political reasons, but personal ones, will not support Stream Elements as much as I can avoid doing it. So I took everything off of there. Most of it went back into OBS. VR chat is like crazy good, specifically with the webcam tracking. That'd be pretty hype. Although, it kind of complicates things too. You're running a lot to do it. I don't know. You'd have to see how that pans out if you're trying to like play a game at the same time or something. Just for tracking, you know? It's interesting though. I'm very interested in that. I'll have to look into it. Dem should look into it. Because Dem uses a 3D model. Right? Right, Dem? Yeah, you're really taxing stuff at that point. Yeah, that would be my concern, is like, how performant is it? How's it run? I do have a 3D model. What am I doing? Checking out VR Chat's webcam tracking for your 3D model. At that point, if it's really good, you do a 2-rig setup. But then at that point, I don't know. Then you might be looking at other options too. And it's like, that's a lot to get into, and it's very expensive. But if it doesn't run that badly, you could use it for like chatting streams and stuff. Go into an optimized world and turn on VR chat green screen. Green screen runs like crap though. I'm sorry to say. Keying that out for one gives you usually like pretty crap edges, so it doesn't look great. But even if you can get around that, it's very resource intensive. But again, if you're just chatting, perfect. That is a great option for chatting, because then that's all you're doing, and you can probably run that. Am I going to get an AI girlfriend? No. That is, I'm on several levels of cringe, don't get me wrong, but that is too cringe for me. I wouldn't go that far. I will not treat the actual literal bots as if they're real people. I can't. Then you're probably getting that. What's the mid-level full body tracking device? I have no clue. I think the main thing with Warudo is that it also supports Spout, which has, you know, the transparency just built in, and it's very performant. So you can play games and stuff while you're tracking your 3D model. But the way that Warudo does things is blueprints, kind of like Unreal Engine. If any of you just happen to know anything about that. It's essentially like a flowchart that you build out. It's a little complicated, but learnable. StreamerBot is not as bad as that, I think. You just have to look up tutorials. Most people have done whatever you're trying to do. Replacing companionship with AI is just wrong and manipulative. Imagine instead of Tay or Zeke, I just had AI friends. That's just wrong. That's what I'm saying. There is a streamer I know of who, instead of paying artists, instead of doing anything like that, he just has an AI that I'm pretty sure he has to pay money for, that he just tells it what he wants and gets back like songs and poems and all sorts of crap to basically fill in his content. I don't like that at all. I find it gross. Like that is the worst version, I think, of what this technology can offer. Because I'm positive we will find a way to use machine learning for good things. In fact, we have, especially in research applications and, you know, software development and things like that, to make stuff faster and better. But that's not one of them. None of those are things that we need to use that for. That upsets me so much. And this is someone who gets like 80 viewers plus. That pissed me off to see that rewarded. I don't like that. I understand like what's going on there. I'm not unaware, but that upsets me. Creativity is cheap and easy. That's funny. That might be your best deadpan joke so far, Ben, because they have just done a shit job of it for so long. Oh, we did chatbots first, by the way. They won't tell you they did chatbots first, but they did chatbots first. I can tell you about that person more, say, in private, if you like to hate things. Oh yeah, some people did guess numbers. Anyone else got a guess for how much I've gotten from Twitch? The only place I've gotten money, just to be clear. I don't have anything else set up. I should make a coffee or something, but I haven't done it yet. Like to be informed, yeah. Don't you love corporate art where everything is semi-solid blobs without any passion? Oh, I love that stuff. Oh, yippee. Do you count? What do you mean, do you count? What, huh? Oh, I told you already. No, you can't say the number, you know. I showed it to you. Hi, Caro. Hello. Counting? I can't count. Oh my god. Better to give people a medium to donate without cuts. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm very bad at remembering to do things that I should and just haven't started, because then I have to start it and I have to finish it. You know, like that's just Mo copy. Oh, hi, Caro. We're talking VTubing and stuff. Crazy. I have a VTuber who just came in here and we're talking about VTubing. That's wild. I was ranting earlier about just getting sick and tired of seeing people post like bad advice. Not bad advice, generic advice, and like really hammer it to death, like just beating the horse until it is bones. And I was just like, it's so frustrating because you'll read like a whole ass thread, you get to the end and you're like, it's one of those moments where you're like, this could have been an email. One of those. As compared to like a, you know, keep getting surprised people like Queso or Pippa are real. Yeah, they're real. You can't get that with fake. It doesn't work. It's a full body tracking setup that's a little under 500. That's not bad. Yeah, and so a VTuber is like a streamer that uses an avatar instead of themselves, typically. They don't always have to do that, but like it has to be at least part of their thing. That's what it is, Caro. You might be familiar with them. You've probably seen them around. You might be a familiar. An avatar? Yeah, like a character. Yeah, like from the cartoon. Yeah, something like that. Like a representation of themselves that isn't them. It like represents them in a way, but not like one-to-one. It's not like a portrait. Avatar: The Last Airbender. I'm actually from the Water Nation. Oh my god. VTubers are the new PNG tubers, who are the new Skeptisoda. Oh my god, I hate that you're like right. You know, like especially in the West, at least, like that's how it has evolved. God, I remember that. They still exist, by the way. The new Moxie show. I'm gonna have to hire Tay to help me set up my stream when my reading gets done. It's only partly a joke. I'll just help you. You don't have to pay me. If you join the Discord, or Dem's Discord, or both, you should do both. I gotta shell my own Discord, of course. Like, have to. But if you somehow join, especially Dem's Discord, there's a lot of YouTubers in there who are really nice and helpful people. We will help you. Yes, join both. Remember Teal Deer, just because he was so fucking teal? Oh, Teal DR. Yeah, I remember now. I don't think I watched him, but I know what you're referring to. Oh yeah, so the total amount that I've made, which actually kind of surprises me, I thought it would be less, was $335. But for anyone who just joined, I've spent over $1,600. So you might notice that I'm in the negative, about $1,300. It's not a cheap hobby. It's not that expensive though, because, you know, as you get more stuff built up, you don't really have to keep going for more unless you want to. Our Skepticone is like the rant zone is, yeah, same shtick. You know, like the ones that used Doge or Armored Skeptic or there's like so many. There's a bunch. Underestimated, but not as much as some people. Yeah, it's. And you gotta think, Twitch takes at least like 60%, so Twitch made quite a lot of money off of me. Crazy. But that is from all sources, like ads and everything. Okay, I didn't. You verified yourself quick. Figured those early months would have cut it down a lot. I think I did okay. As far as like getting early growth in, Clee and Ben were my first viewers, if I remember right. That weren't like friends that I already had, to be clear. Then I got on the Blue Sky train, which I do still like Blue Sky. I know I was like complaining about social media earlier. I just don't like social media. I'm just an old fogey. I just don't like it. I'm still learning it. Oh, this guy had friends. No, I only had one friend that watched me, and he watched my first 2 streams, I think. And they were getting over it with Bennett Foddy, which was pretty funny, I think. I think that was a pretty funny stream. I do think I've killed those VODs, but we'll redo that one day. Yeah. I think it was after that I was basically more or less on my own, and that's when I found Clee and Ben almost right away. I was playing Silent Hill when Ben showed up one day, just off his shit, you know, going wild. He was writing poems. He was, I think his first shtick that he ever did was that he basically described what I was doing like he was watching a nature documentary, like he was the narrator. And he was just observing, I'm blanking on his name, the main character from Silent Hill 2. Observing him do stupid things because I was making dumb mistakes, and it was funny. I'm gonna be honest, it was really fucking funny. And then I would read them out in the appropriate voice. James. Yeah, James. Yeah, he was making fun of James, basically. James Sunderland. Yeah, there you go. And it was great. We had a grand time. I think Clee actually came before Ben by like 1 or 2 streams, a few streams maybe. I think got a boost from, I did Nikkei streams. I did like solo raids and the Union raids. So I had like an inbuilt audience there. Not that many, but you know, having like 10 people is a lot more than one. And it helped get some people in the door, I think. Like Commander Lee, he showed up because I was playing Nikkei, and now he hangs out sometimes, and it's great. So I've had some privileges coming into this where I was not completely helpless in terms of like getting some people to watch, but I was also very lucky in the sense of some people happened to see me and thought, I'm gonna click on that. I think Klee clicked on me because he thought... Actually, I don't know why Klee clicked on me. I don't remember why Ben did either. I think I asked them and they answered me. I just don't remember. Ben, what got you in the door? Do you remember? I'm very curious now. But yeah, I didn't have like a massive inbuilt audience, but I had, you know, a few. Welcome in, Accused. You're gonna be part of collabs now too. I'm so sorry. You're gonna get bothered quite often now. Once you're ready to stream, yeah, you're in it. It's over. Say can tell you it's a life sentence. You're in. In a good way. It's fucking over, buddy. Yeah. Random YouTube. Yep. Yeah. But what made you click in? Do you remember like what brought you into it? I'm so sorry for you. You're done. I'm fine with that. No, it's fun. They're great people. You thought I was a brony. Oh no. It's the color theme, isn't it? It's the, what do you guys call it all the time? Bisexual lighting. I was there to make fun of you. Hey, listen. One of my longest best friends, we're not really best friends anymore, unfortunately. But I met her because she added me back on Steam. I was like 14 or something. Nicely, of course, as I do. You do try to be nice. You do respect boundaries. I've discovered that, and I appreciate it. As long as they're spelled out in big, bold text. But you know, you gotta work on it. Everyone's got odd things about them. What was I saying? Right. My very best friend for many years. I met her through. She added me back on Steam to make fun of me, to give me shit. She was gonna pick on me. And then I just unloaded my trauma. I just dumped it on the floor. And she was like, oh, now I feel bad. And, you know, we talked and it was great. And it really helped me a lot. Well, because I didn't have any friends at the time. Okay. We're gonna get off on a story here. All right, so a little bit of background, some Tay lore. All right. Say, not like that. So the Tay lore. Haha, get it? Yeah, Tay lore. See, Dem got it. Make sure we're not about to like slide into a commercial. Okay, we're not. What's going on? Hey, Bendy. We're just chatting. I've had some bitrate issues today, so we're just chilling. Where did I put OBS? There it is. Okay. All right, where to start here? So when I was a teenager, like we're talking like 11 or 12 years old, my siblings are much older than me. Wanted to see if you had a redeem to run ads. I should add one. That'd be funny. I'd have to make it pretty expensive though, because otherwise people would run it all the time just to screw with me. But when I was like 11 or 12, roughly around that age, this is gonna get sad. So like, don't feel bad for me. This is all like way in the past, and like I'm good. But long story short, my brother was into like the typical teenager stuff. It's just encouraging to sub. This is true, but also might encourage to leave. Don't worry, I never feel bad for you. Good. You shouldn't. Touchy uncle. No, nothing like that, Ben. Nothing that weird. No, my brother got into like weed and drinking and stuff like that, you know. He had issues with authority, and valid ones, I will say. He got fucked over. Like, people would pick fights with him in school, and he would fight back because they're literally punching him in the face, and then they would punish him worse or just as much as the person who started the fight. Which is like, obviously that's not fair, but whatever. That happened a lot, so he already had like issues with authority. You know, he got into... Was he better at fighting? Yeah, he did kick their asses. How to put this? My family is not violent towards each other or other people, typically. Even when things got like really bad at home, it never got to like throwing fists. But whenever any of us have fought someone, it was not good for them. I don't know why. I think we just have really bad rage problems when we do get pushed to that extreme, which is very hard to do. But like, if you throw the punch, you're getting like, you're probably getting someone coming back at you who is now in an actual like adrenaline fueled rage state because you just, that's just, I guess, what happens. I have been angry enough to throw a punch, but I punched a wall. I think I like broke my knuckle when I did that, but I'm the weakest one of us. My sister and brother are both like a rage state. No, but like, you know how when you're pissed off enough or you're like in that adrenaline mode where you will actually like go off on someone and actually be violent, not just... Because I have seen people fight, quote unquote, where they're not trying to like actually knock the shit out of the other person. They're just trying to do it for like, you know, quote unquote, tough fight, you know, to prove who's on top. It's not like actual not safe, like very unsafe, let's say, violence. For an example, I know of one story in particular. Hey, Bendy, what's going on? My brother was walking somewhere, and another kid who was bigger than him, but had lots of, like, I don't know the details, but he had lots of issues, according to the school. And for literally no reason. Like, they had never spoken to each other. They didn't know each other. This other kid just, like, punched him in the face. And hit him so hard in the nose that there was blood on the ceiling, which is like, wow, that's violent. And my brother did not fight back because he knew that, like, for one, he was going to get in trouble, and for two, it wasn't like an ongoing thing. This kid just like freaked the hell out, and it wasn't like, it was different than other experiences he had. So he knew that it was like, okay, I leave and I go to the office, right? Well, he did that and he still got it suspended. Yeah, this other kid had those kinds of issues, which is like, okay, fine. Like, I get it. Like, wait, how? Yeah, wait, how? Yeah, how? That's the question we all had. What do you mean? What do you mean he's suspended? The answer we got was that he was involved in a fight. Period. The vice principal of that school had it out for him. She hated him. I don't know why. I don't know what the hell he did to her. But she despised him. She would sit during his lunch period, only his, and watch him, waiting for him to do something so she could punish him. I don't know what the hell he did. Maybe he said something. I don't know. But it couldn't have deserved that. They once tried to frame him for something that another kid did on the bus, which was highly inappropriate towards a female student, let us say. Could absolutely have taken legal action. Yeah, we probably could have. Probably should have. But we didn't have the money. So, you know how that works. Your vice principal was really hot. I had one English teacher who, this was in like middle school, so like it was really bad. It was just bad. It was bad. She was definitely very attractive, and the students were very aware. It was not good. I feel bad for her. I didn't do anything, obviously. Like, you guys know that I'm very timid, at least with like anything like that. Meow. I have to meow now. Meow. Also, I just try not to be like a creep, you know? I do value that. But this was 8th grade, so it was right before high school, so everyone was like going through their hormonal stuff. But anyway, so, you know, brother had all sorts of problems. He got into, you know, weed and alcohol and, you know, the usual stuff for rebellious high schoolers. But then he got into like pills. Then he got into a really bad car accident, and he was prescribed like really strong pills. And this was, of course, at, you know, the height of the overprescribing of opioids. And yeah, they just like cut him off all of a sudden. And when I say a really bad car accident, I mean like really bad. I can't go into the details because they might like dox me in a way. But suffice to say, he was in pain for years to some degree. He has basically fully recovered by now, which is really cool. Like, the scarring and everything that you would expect, basically not there. It's essentially disappeared. He had a really good plastic surgeon. But, it was bad. He had Oxy once when I was in the hospital once. I can easily understand that people can get addicted to it. Yeah. No, it's a big deal. Like, it's serious. We all know it. But, yeah. I thought you were about to say the withdrawal killed him. Thankfully not. He is still alive and well. If anything, he's better than he has been in a long time. But that kicked off a whole saga of like 10 years of addiction. Because it's super can. Oh, it can, yeah. No, I know, trust me. I once dropped him off to rehab, and he knew that they would make him sit for 24 hours because they could not give him the I can't remember the name of it. It's a drug that makes it so you can't do any kind of opiate, really. But it also like reduces the withdrawal and stuff like that. But he would be in hell for 24 hours. So I was driving him there, and he's like, let me just shoot up in your car. I'm like, huh? And he like begged me with tears in his eyes. Naloxone, probably something like that. I couldn't tell him no. I felt really fucked up that way, but like I knew that he was about to be really miserable. So I was like, all right, you know what? Fucking, you're not gonna die, right? He's like, no, this isn't much. I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine, we're like right down the road. I'm just, you're going in one way or the other if I have to drag you. And he was fine, like physically. I guess that's just what addiction does to you. Like, it's just, it was basically nothing to him at that point. Like, it wasn't even enough to impact him. But like, what the fuck? Yeah, so that shit was kind of like fucked up. And I dealt with that thing I just mentioned when I was like 17. So like I wasn't really in a great place to tell him like, no, stop it. I was just like, I didn't know what to do. But that was like a good 10-year saga until he finally got clean and everything. And that's Where did I start this story from? Why did I start this story again? Where was I? This medication will force it out of his system extremely quickly. It's one where if you give it to someone and they're on a drug, it will literally kill you. You're talking to your friend. Right, the trauma dumping. Yeah, so I was going through that. I was like in the middle of it. And when it was early on, it was actually a lot worse because, you know, he'd be withdrawing and like really going through like horrid pain just from the withdrawal and like freaking out, punching holes in walls. Yeah, there's lots of screaming. We eventually got our house foreclosed on because my parents could not afford to keep like trying to help him. It was pretty bad. Naloxone is the one you give to save someone from. Oh yeah, from an OD. Yeah, no, that's yeah. I know there's quite a few of them, but regardless. Yeah, so I was like right in the middle of that, and it was really not good. Yeah, lots of scary memories. Furniture getting thrown, that was interesting. Plenty of screaming. All that great stuff. He never threatened me. He never threatened any of us, really. Not with, like, actual violence. He would, like, scream at us to get out of his way or whatever, or, like, you know, that sort of thing. But I think the worst he ever did was shove my sister because she got in his way. Which is, like, not great, but, like, it could have been so much worse at the same time. Like, I recognize that now of, like, that could have gone way worse many times. But, you know, being 14, 15, didn't really have that kind of perspective on it. So I just kind of, like, dumped all of the, for one, like, that just fucked up, like, my entire experience with, like, schooling and stuff, because I couldn't sleep at night. I still can't. I think that's unrelated to the trauma, but, you know, I couldn't sleep very well at night, and I, like, what was I going to talk about with my, you know, fellow students? Oh, yeah, no, I really like World of Warcraft. It helps me distract myself from my sibling, you know, destroying the house. Not really, like... No, this was... I always had trouble sleeping since I was, like, 5. And it's ongoing now. I just, like... I don't know why. I have not been closely looked at for it. I'm pretty sure there's something else going on there. It didn't help, though. But, you know, I had a lot of confused emotions. I didn't feel loved. I didn't feel cared about, all those things. Which to say, my parents are great people. And even my brother, when he's sober, he's a great person. My family's great. I love them so much. I'm very happy they're still here. I'm literally playing WoW right now. Awesome. I used to like WoW. I don't know. I find it hard to like get interested in anymore because usually when I play games now, I want to do like the hard stuff to challenge myself, and the WoW hard stuff requires like raiding. It's like, oh, but I respect it. It's not a bad game. It's just I don't think it's for me anymore. But I did play a lot of it when I was younger. I never reached max level. I played for like 3 years and I never got past, I think, 50. You need like friends. Yeah. Real. Most people's childhood stories are really, really depressing. The thing is, I don't feel like mine's that bad because it has a happy ending. The things did eventually work out. Dem, there's a difference between wanting to challenge myself with my skills and wanting to challenge myself with frustrating the hell out of myself until I find the answer through Google. They are different. You know, could my childhood have been better? Sure. Could have been a lot worse, though. So, I don't, like, wish I had it differently, you know? My parents are really great people. I look up to them. Like, people have a lot of role models, I find. Like, people have, like, varied role models. Mine are just my parents. They are some of the nicest people. Most people who don't have a happy ending don't get to tell that story. I mean, I have other stories that have a very sad ending. They're just not the sad part isn't about me. One that's really sad. I could make you all really depressed right now. Like, just miserable. Would you all like to be miserable? Or do we not want to do that today? I'll leave that up to you. I'm not gonna foist that on you. I'm good. Okay. We'll do that some other night. I know I've told Clee the story, so I have done it before. Had some close calls this week already. All right, no worries then. Yeah, but you know, I mean, things are better now. But that is how I met one of my best friends. I trauma dumped on them because I was desperate to have someone to talk to because I had nobody. And she listened. I really appreciated that. We were friends for 5 or 6 years. Really good friends. She and I both changed quite a bit, of course, over the years, so I think we kind of grew apart in some ways. I think I have actually circled back around to being more like her now than where we separated, but you know, that's a whole thing. I find I have to ask for permission before dumping on people. Usually you should, yes. She added me and talked to me first, all right? I was in crisis. So my friends once cooked for Snoop Dogg. Hell yeah. That's the fun thing about getting older. Eventually all your opinions completely reverse. The thing is, they hadn't gone when I was, let's say, somewhere between the range of like 18 and 22, 23. I was more into the asking questions part of life, I guess you could say. I wanted to understand things better. Which even more so now than it did before, but I feel like having that perspective, just questioning everything that you see that comes in front of you, for some reason comes across as right-wing. I'm not right-wing, but it comes across that way because they phrase things, I guess, in that way, like it's a question when it's not, which I find very frustrating. I also despise that. I'm just asking questions. No, but I was seriously, it's just like, I literally don't understand and I want to know more, so I would listen to all sorts of people. Because a lot of them literally just say, I'm just asking questions. Well, they should ask actual questions and respect actual answers. That is a perversion of the idea of being skeptical and questioning and critical. Being critical of things is important, but you have to accept answers when you're given them. Realize that the vast majority of people are insane or selling you something. They are. That is true. But you know, I was still learning things, so I was still asking lots and lots and lots of questions, and I didn't like always understand. Even when she would explain something to me, I didn't always get it. I didn't always agree. And you know, I think that's supposed to happen. We didn't have like a falling out per se, but we just kind of grew apart. And yeah, these things happen. But now I've gotten more answers to my questions. I've done more research. I've learned more things. I've talked to more people. And I ended up more left than I was then. My mom still believes that cell phone towers transmit the virus. Good God. I wish I could see inside someone's mind like that just to see what goes on. That's crazy. Sometimes it can also be hard to teach someone the why behind something because they don't have the full context. Yeah, and some of that comes from living it, right? Knowing people and living through it. And this is another thing. I think the answer of I can't explain it to you is valid and should be accepted. I have been given that answer and I go, okay. Might just have to know. Well, that's not, in all fairness, saying someone just has to know isn't quite, that's not quite a good answer. But saying you don't know is valid. Saying, I don't have an answer for you. You're gonna have to figure that out. And, you know, sometimes that's how it is. But then you can't get frustrated when people don't understand because it doesn't, like, if you can't explain it, then that's difficult for everyone involved. I've had synesthesia. I know what green tastes like. I can't teach that to you. Yeah, that's just an experience, for sure. I have to just trust that that's real, that you've done that, and that I can't know that, and that maybe one day I'll know. Something you have to witness and then you know. I think we're, oh no, I mean that it's real that Ben had that exact experience. That's what I mean. I have to trust that Ben had that experience for realsies and isn't bullshitting me for once. Could, I don't know, maybe. There's also a degree of trust that goes on, you know, where if you tell me, you know, I can't explain it, but, you know, think about it, I should trust your answer in a, yeah, it is confusing. That's I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's there are difficult things, and it's confusing to even tell someone that it's confusing. Life's crazy. My source is my beautiful mind. It came to me in a dream. Yeah, no, it's interesting. An oracle foretold it to me. I love that. It's yeah. Your ass almost blocked my shot. I'm sorry. It's so big. Yeah. So there were some things that I just had to like experience and understand on my own.
Is it recording?
I do still think she's a little bit crazy in certain ways, at least if her opinions have not changed, which they almost certainly have. But the ones that I recall, some of them were a little much for me. And I've met other people who I don't think I'm ever going to agree on those particular points, especially with the, like, the way that they approach things. Like, I've known people who I align with for a lot of things on politics, but they are very in favor of a lot of violence. It's me, Tay's looking at me. No, you don't understand. A lot of violence. Like, ridiculous amounts of violence. Just to get their way, politically. And they didn't have, like, an actual goal or anything. Like, they just really didn't like those people. And I'm like, you know, I can't do that. I can't get behind that. No, just actual political persecution on a wide scale. Stalin type deal, you know? Where it's like, you know, that's too much for me. You know, if you really feel that, like, I don't know, people in charge or something have to, even if it's a sham trial, go to trial and then be dealt with however you feel that's appropriate for the people who've done the wrong. All right, you know, we can talk about that. I cannot talk about the gulags. No, that's too much for me. No, absolutely not. Like, there are many options I am willing to entertain. Not one of them. The quote-unquote gulag. Quote-unquote. I can't say certain things. horror scale is irrelevant. Well, the point of like, you would have the trial to say that they are guilty of things, and then a jury of their peers, common people, would decide what we do with them. If their decision, as the people, is that they gotta go, then okay, I can be cool with that. If they're saying they gotta go in a hole, they gotta just throw them in prison, make them work for the rest of their life, you know, as current prisoners do. Okay, fair. I'm actually that I'm fine with that. You know, that doesn't sound completely unhinged to me. But when it's like horrid evil crimes against vast swaths of populations, no, I gotta draw a line, and it's definitely not. It's actually nowhere close to that, but like, you crossed it a while ago, but that's crossing it for sure. Oh yeah, no, so am I. I just meant for those particular people. You know, for those particular people, if you want to make the 20 hyper rich people who have done horrid things to so many people, if you want to make them make license plates for the rest of their life, that'd be kind of funny, I think. I could point and laugh at that. That would be kind of deserved. Like, you've exploited almost all of humanity for most of your life. Now, pull that lever. That would be comical to me. But no, we definitely there's problems with the prison industry. We talked about those, I think. I think I did a whole stream on that, so let's not get too deep into the weeds on that. Suffice to say, I'm not a fan. Elon living paycheck to paycheck, that would also be comical. If that just happened on its own, like that would be pure comedy. A little over 3,000 billionaires. 3,000, really? I didn't think there were quite so many. Tesla stocks are dropping. If it falls enough, he may have to default on his loan to buy Twitter. That would be so funny. Well, billions. That essentially means you did do evil, or you enabled evil. There's really no way around that one. You can make millions, I think, and not be horribly unethical in how you get it, and like that money can be like really tied up in all sorts of productive assets that also like pay people and do things and is like doing stuff, and like technically you like quote unquote have the money, but you don't really have it. It's just in your name. It's a little different. The billions is, yeah. And if they're not evil, then they're stupid, and it's the same, and it doesn't matter. It's justified by who? Justified by other billionaires, Ben. I think you misunderstand how that like works. Part of the issue is not being taxed on gigantic loans using stocks as collateral to pay off other loans. But I will stop there. Oh no, don't you worry. Yeah, that is definitely a major problem. It is not anymore, Ben. I would have agreed with you 60 years ago. Maybe. It is not that way anymore. It is entirely just... It is divorced from reality. By, like, a very severe margin, actually. The value that most billionaires provide as a person that lives... I suck at Y and T. What does that mean? Or was that supposed to be a punchline? Is that where you were headed with that, Ben? Gotta hold me back. Oh, I transpose letters. Yeah, no, unfortunately, that's not how it works. That is how some economists will present it because they are big fans of capitalism. Not how it works, unfortunately. Gotta hold me back. It's okay, Kara. You can just go. I'm happy to have you guys say your opinions to me. I encourage you not to argue with one another because that is, you know, try to keep our cools, keep it calm, keep it rational. Yeah, the system used to be that you had to have like built something, you had to have made stuff, built a company from the ground up, or had the assets to buy a company and make it better so that you could then sell it for more later. Maybe buy it, real estate, renovate it, make it much better, get that done at a wholesale price, let's say, with a contractor, and then sell that property for more money, and that would be profit. I don't even know what profit really is anymore. I mean, you can still do those things, don't get me wrong, but that won't get you into the billions. That's just not how that works. You have to own massive corporations, most of which own other massive corporations, which then own other, and it just goes on. As the divide increases, they see less and less value in allowing you to exist. See, that's the problem with them. They don't see other humans as humans. It's a different world. That is like the problem. I don't think anyone missed that part, Ben. I think we know, we're well aware. Trust me, we're aware. It's just a matter of how to handle that reality. I have a lot of messages. Oh, okay, nothing crazy. I just think about how in feudal Japan, merchants with wealth were generally looked down upon because they made money off the labor of people like farmers. Exactly. Well, that's the thing. The bear can't do that, then. The bear is actually the people. The large majority. The masses are the bear. Always has been. And that bear simply needs to decide to do something. Anything. The billionaires are more like, you know, little mice crawling along inside the bear's thing. Inside the bear's den, stealing its food. See my DM? Oh my god, I'm on the big screen, boys. Why am I on the big screen? Oh yeah, no, like they perp walked that one guy too, and everything. Like they know. They know that people are unhappy. At some point, people are just going to be... Silent majority may as well not be there. That's not quite true. Because it has happened plenty of times before where once you piss off enough of them... And the thing is, it's the mothers. Once you get the mothers angry... The mothers, and to a lesser extent the fathers. It's easy to anger the fathers. But once the moms are like, go get them, boys, that's basically where it's over. And that has happened several times in history for revolutions. It's not very common, but once it happens, everything kind of goes upside down. Because if anyone's going to hold society together, it's gonna be communities and family units, like on the lowest level, right? Once those decide it's over, it's over. But it has to be all of them, or most of them. But that is kind of the point. You do mention dividing people. That is what they do. That is how it works. And that's, again, that's not it though, Ben. There is no gold. Yeah, like Say says, there's no gold to be had. It's just... It's like the French Revolution. They had all the money they could ever want. Didn't help them. Angry people are not rational people. You can tell someone, oh, I will pay you to guard me, but I can't pay your entire family. I cannot pay all your friends. I can't do all those things. You can't eat gold. Yeah. Sorry, that was my go to bed alarm, which means I should wrap this up soon. But for the hot second, well, yeah, and that would have to be part of it. But again, you have to, there has to be angry people. Yes, I did see Dem's DM. Zeke, why? Why are you like this? You little goof. That being said, yes, they divide us with money, and they don't do it so directly. They don't hire you that way. They build companies, and they hire employees, and they do all sorts of things. It's quite the problem. I think, realistically, right, if we were to ever expect massive change in the United States, I've held this opinion for a long time too, it would have to come from the military deciding that it's just like the current government is scuffed and we're just gonna get rid of like the politics, the politicians, and all those people. Wipe basically the board clean with a handful of exceptions and then say, okay, elect new people, please. Thank you. And that would be the one thing you could do. Like, realistically, I think that's what we could expect to happen in America if it was to ever change. And that would take a lot to have that happen. So, realistically, unlikely. Because people are hired by companies. People are hired by all these rich people to essentially, even in like, and this is, you know, bullshit jobs and stuff, as people have talked about before, many of those exist just so that the unemployment numbers don't go too low. Not all of them, you know, they justify them, they have some function, but there's a fair few of them that barely make their own value back for the company, but it's just to increase the headcount. Good girl, Zeke. Good girl. Nice pens. Good job. Thank you for making them. What is that graph you sent me? Anyway, what, I gave you a brain blast. What did what happened, Dem? Do tell. Military coup rarely ends much better. Yeah, no, I'm just saying that's what I would anticipate being the only way for it to change, and it would have to be in concert with certain elements in government already. Like, a lot of the government would have to be in favor of clearing out the politicians we have and the laws that we have and the systems we have, and saying, okay, everyone just do status quo for a little while, we're gonna redo everything. And it would be like a 10-year process. It would be a very interesting and strange event. So that would be, it'd be weird. Anything else would be tantamount to collapse, and I just don't see that happening. I don't think anyone really wants that, because that would be like really bad. And I mean like a total collapse, because it's just so damn complicated. Like, I don't think anyone who has the power to do anything would want that. So it would be, there would have to be military involvement to some extent for it to go anywhere meaningful. From there, it would be anyone's guess. And the interesting thing, though, is there are plenty of rich people, and even those in that billionaire class, who do want to make like things sustainable, because some of them, believe it or not, do give a shit. Just enough that their progeny can continue on and not be extinct. Like, that's it. Like that's their self-interest in it. So like maybe they do want green energy. Maybe they do want to recycle things and find better ways to do that. You know, they don't do only evil. And yes, Zeke, I would assume you're doing something right. Folks just need to stay off the drugs. You gotta try. And yeah, and capitalism isn't inherent, especially the way that it is. I think markets are pretty borderline inherent to at least human society without any... Just humans, right? We love markets. Markets are great. They're fantastic ways of doing business and trading things. And I think we're going to keep that basically forever in some form for like the rest of humanity, which is pretty cool. Because, you know, they open up avenues for new ideas, new things, without it being like a huge detriment to the rest of society. You know, thinking back to like older markets, let's say you come up with, oh, you know, I really would prefer if my shirt had slightly different, I don't know, stitching under the pits, and you brought that to your local market. You made a few. You said, hey, try this out. Those people buy it. Okay, you make a few more, you sell them. It becomes like a thing. Cool. When you think about it, the current president is the first influencer president. He's always starting the next drama to get attention and views. I think he's the truest one, at least. I think the other ones have tried, but I don't think they were successful influencers in the way that we think of influencers currently. In the modern era. I don't know enough about prior presidents, but like thinking back to like Bush through to now, especially as like an internet influencer. Yeah, probably the first internet influencer that we've had. Which is kind of funny. I mean, they're gonna be for the future, you know? That's just how it works. I have always been interested by politicians utterly failing to like be appealing on social media. A lot of them are really bad at it. Like frustratingly bad even at times. But yeah, anyway, how the hell did we get on that one? I'm really good at tangents. You guys are crazy. Sociopaths need visual cues from the face to function in society. The internet makes that so easy, doesn't it? You can just look at what other people say that makes other people happy and just copy it. It's easy to appeal to a base that has the mind equivalent of parents. I feel like that's both parties, but yes. Like there's just a big chunk of the population that falls under that, regardless of their politics. The ones that are good at it tend to not do as well, weirdly enough. That's odd. Not what I would expect. But yeah, it's politics sucks. I'm sorry, the Phantom Bulge? What? Where? To be fair, the ones that are good at it tend to not do as well, to the point that I feel like even saying their name here might incite an argument. I honestly, other than presidents and a handful of people that have been in like the Senate and stuff, unless they were from my state in my area where I was living, I probably don't know of them very much. I'm not politically active anymore. I don't, unless it's literally who I'm voting for, I'm not huge into it. I don't have time for it, honestly, to like know who the other people are. Just It's too exhausting in a lot of ways. Oh, AOC? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she does do pretty well on social media, huh, in terms of, like, getting attention. She doesn't seem to do that well, all things considered, as far as, like, polls and stuff go, from what I've heard. I don't know a lot about it, but that's just kind of vaguely what I've heard. But that's not a surprise. She's a lot younger. So she probably grew up with it and everything, you know? Or, well, she wasn't a bag of bones when it came out, is more accurate, but relative to politicians, you know? Yeah, things like that are interesting. But, you know, for anyone who else here who's bad at social media, same, don't feel too bad about it. Just put the effort where you can and try to learn about it as you go. I have definitely fucked up a few times, and I'm still here for now. We'll see how that goes. My friend's older than her. I mean, yeah. How old is she? Now that I think about it, she's like, what, 30-something? Don't tell me she's younger than me. I'll lose it. I'll actually just go crazy. 35. Thank God. Okay. All right. She's younger than you, Ben? Wow. Wow. That's not a bulge, Ben. Gosh. You're too young to serve in Congress? I think I might be. I think you might have to be like at least 30 or something like that. Nancy Pelosi is almost younger than me. Ben, you're not that old. I know you're not that old. It is among furries. Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you about that. All right, what are we gonna do here? It is getting late. I do have work in the morning, so I'm gonna have to raid out. Send y'all out to somebody. That being said, I had a lot of fun, even though we basically just chatted the whole time. That was a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all staying around, hanging out. Was there anything else I wanted to annoy people about? Scytree? I don't know if I'm following Scytree yet. Let me see. Am I? I might be. Giblink. Giblink. Well, thank you for being here, Carol. I do appreciate it. I think they're on the server too. Oh, thank you for the headbats. Is it Scytree? Is that how you pronounce it? Oh, I think I found them. They're playing Minecraft, right? Oh my god, their model's so cute. The hell? You just had it. Okay, I think I found the right one. Why do they have a gun? Okay, perfect. I like guns. All right, we're getting the raid started. Make sure to sign up for the raid. I believe Scytree is playing on our Minecraft server. Make sure to ask them how many gigabits of dedicated WAM they need for a server. Make sure. And what are we doing Friday? Friday, I'm doing Union Raid. I might stream that. It's sounding like we're doing it casual style, so there'll be a lot of downtime. So I might be able to stream on Friday. But Saturday, we're doing Fortnite. And Sunday, we're doing, I think, Marvel Rivals. That'll be mostly for the community to join in and play, whether that's other streamers that you all know and love, or just any of y'all like Bendy. Bendy loves joining. Xmax as well. But if you want to join, you know, Sunday Marvel Rivals. We play super casual. You don't have to be good at the game. But I will see you all on Friday probably, if not Saturday. Have a great night. Thanks for being here. Love y'all, and